has joined the meeting. Has joined the meeting.
Alba.
Has joined the meeting.
for all the finicky, sensitive tummies. It's a peanut butter base. We have blueberries, which Titus loves.
You're with London Boat Rentals, so you rent out these beautiful skis. You can have people on it.
I'd say comfortably 12 maximum for $89 an hour. Really nice, just taking throughout the day.
I think there is a special, right, with Dine Out.
Yes, they are $79 an hour for the next couple of days here, so you want to come on in.
So if you take that divided by 12 people plus a pooch, that's a deal. That's a deal. Dine Out, love each other. There, you can take your dog and have some delicious treats on your boat on Alaminos Day. Send it back to you.
That's so fun. I love it.
That's awesome. You better get that dog something. He's been waiting patiently, like getting anything. Stop it. He's saying Long Beach restaurant cocktail.
All right, that's what he says. Have the doctors don't take the aspirin during the regular season, so no chance for a retribution, right? Explain what that's about. But
As Steve said, majority of time this is going to have cash, credit cards, identity, information, your local identity. So this is really what we want.
All right, so you reach for your wallet and it's gone. It's the worst, right? Well, there are actually a few things that you should know to do to avoid becoming a victim of a pickpocket. Expert advice. Plus.
Young discount.
A participant has joined the meeting.
Years back, some firms were afraid of taking Uber and taxi. We took them on, became the leader to represent private and passenger. If you've been involved in taxi, we're the only call you need. We're to get the maximum compensation and protection. I was talking to Liz taking the family to the airport, got crushed from behind. I called the police, then I called Jacob.
I was in an Uber headed to a date with my kids. We got fined by a guy. Make sure my kids were okay. Then I called Jacob.
After that, I called Jacob on 888-598-5800. Call Jacob. Whether you drive a Uber or
a passenger in the Uber. Jacob said that he called me.
Jacob.
Oh, Jacob.
Del Taco introduces the world's greatest value. Plus, new price. The new Del Taco. The options, the freshest choices, the lowest price. That's fresh. This bag of cake isn't just about Florida bears.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen.
So love it.
Has joined the meeting.
Any ideas how to
people are pickpocketed every day around the world. And the country is getting their pocket picked. Just in the movies, but pickpocketers are all around us. The LAPD is currently looking for this guy. He stole women's wallets at a Whole Foods in the Mid-Wilshire area and got away. Some pickpocketers know that is bad. There's a video caught this man stealing a wallet, except he realizes he's being
Check.
Okay, mic check. All right, mic check, 1, 2. This one's for the phone, mic check. Mic check. For those on the phone, mic check, 1, 2.
We could hear you.
Okay, good morning, and welcome to day 2 of our informational workshop for the utility wildfire mitigation plans. My name's Ryan Arba. I'm the program and project supervisor for the Wildfire Safety Division, along with Melissa, the program manager. I'll go over a few housekeeping items, review the agenda quickly, and then we will get started with our first agenda item. So just go down the list. First thing, there was a question about the Wi-Fi password for the room. The Wi-Fi password's available on the back table if you need that, so feel free to go grab that. Also, there were several questions yesterday about the presentations being available online. The presentations have been uploaded. You can find them on our wildfire mitigation plans webpage, which is cpuc.ca.gov/wildfire mitigation plans, and they'll all be uploaded under the workshop headings. Of course, a reminder, and this was covered at length yesterday, but ex parte communications related to the PSPS order to show cause as well as the 2017 wildfires is prohibited at this workshop today. So reviewing over the agenda, we have, for the morning, it'll be Southern California Edison's presentation. We'll have a morning break and then Q&A leading up to lunch. Lunch, we gave you a bonus 15 minutes today, so you'll have an hour and 15 minutes for lunch. When we come back, we'll hear from the small and multi-jurisdictional utilities. So Bear Valley Electric Service, Liberty Utilities, and Pacific Core will all be presenting together over an hour and a half. We'll take another break. We'll have hour 15 minutes after that for Q&A. And then finally, the last half hour of the day we're reserving for next steps, which we'll want to be soliciting some feedback from you in the audience about our technical workshops, which we're hosting next week on the 24th and the 25th. So any questions about the agenda for today or any of the housekeeping? The safety, yes. I could pull it up quickly, but in essence, if there is a need for an evacuation, we will exit out the building to the south and down one block on the right in front of the West Opera House. Am I saying that correctly for the locals? Yes, okay, maybe. So yeah, just the evacuation is out this building the way you came in, and then down one block on the south for our evacuation area. And with that, if there's no questions, I'll transition the slides over.
Good morning. Good morning, President Batcher. Good morning, Commissioner Rechtschaffen. I am Phil Harrington, Senior Vice President of Transmission Distribution for Southern California Edison. And I'm here today with a colleague, Bill Chu. He's the Managing Director of our Grid Resiliency and Public Safety Program Management Office. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to share with you our 2020 and 2022 wildfire mitigation plan. We have a few things we'd like to cover. Let's see if I can cover today, and primarily want to go through the outline of our plan and talk about the accomplishments from our 2019 plan, and then how that informed our strategy going forward in the 2020 through 2022 plan. So we're going to talk about a lot of things in terms of what we've done and where we're going as a company with respect to wildfire mitigation, and we're looking forward to answering your questions as well. Now, again, during the 2022 through 2022 period, we plan to build on what we learned through 2019, and prior to that with our grid safety and resiliency plan. So you may recall, we filed that even before we filed our 2019 program. There are two primary goals of the plan. First of all, eliminate or reduce significantly the ignitions from utility-caused equipment, in this case, the equipment of Southern California Edison. Secondly, further system hardening against what we see as an increasing conditions and significantly increased threat of wildfire risk caused by climate change. So hardening our system and reducing ignitions, those are the two primary objectives of our plan and program. So again, I got to understate this, or got to state this probably many times throughout this program. Safety is our primary objective. It is our number one goal, and it is underpinning the entire platform of the 2020 through 2022 plan. In fact, it underpins pretty much all we do at Southern California Edison. That's just not public safety. It is public safety. It's safety of our communities. It's the safety of our people, our first responders who take action in the event there is a fire. Across the spectrum, we look at safety holistically, from the public to our employees, really everybody involved and who could be impacted by our system. That is the platform upon which we're building this program. And what this plan does is it furthers that commitment. I think you'll see that as you look at all the significant programs and activities we're going to undertake in the wildfire mitigation plan. This plan is actionable and it's measurable. I think as you go through the program, what you'll see is targets that we expect to be held accountable to. It's why we put them there. We're going to hold ourselves accountable to these objectives as well. One of the things that we put in place with our 2019 plan is a very robust monitoring program to see how we're doing with the execution of our plan and where we're falling short, taking actions, one, to catch up, but also to make sure that our key stakeholders are aware of our progress. Obviously, that includes the commission, and we'll be making robust filings and letting folks know how we're doing in the execution of that plan. It is an aggressive plan, but it's one that we think is achievable. It's why we put this in place. Probably even more importantly than that, I think, is adaptability. What we have found in the last couple of years is we learn each and every year, frankly, learn each and every month through the execution of our wildfire mitigation efforts. That comes in the form of additional data and what we can do with data. It includes learning new technologies and tools, some of which are in a pilot phase right now. So the efficacy of those programs are still unclear, but as they become clear and appear to have promising benefits to wildfire mitigation, those will become more and more of a feature of our program. And frankly, just practice. As we go through PSPS events, for example, each and every one of those is a learning experience for us. And what is critical is that as we learn, we incorporate those lessons programmatically in how we operate our wildfire mitigation plans and programs. So adaptability is key. One of the key areas that we have learned this, and Bill will be talking about this in a few moments, is in our risk assessment tools. As we become more and more informed of granular information about where we can reduce risk, that's where we make deployments of risk reduction technologies. And we are learning more and more both about weather, and the tools for risk reduction are becoming more and more sophisticated, and those are informing where and how and what mitigations we put in place. And I mentioned this earlier. Again, 2019 is a platform. I want to go back even further to the Grid Safety Resiliency Plan. These are the platforms through which we've learned. As you look at the Grid Safety and Resiliency Plan that we filed, our 2019 Wildfire Mitigation Plan, and now the 2020 and 22 plan, what you see is an evolution and a progression in both scope and scale and sophistication of efforts as it relates to reducing the threat of wildfires. And of course, one of the key elements, and this is an area of learning, I would say, that we have taken to heart and has been more and more a key part of our program, is our community and public outreach. Last year, for example, we undertook 350 meetings with the public, with government officials, with the first responder community. All of these meetings and engagements informed our plan. These weren't just report outs. We did report out. We shared information on our PSPS program, on our hardening efforts. But just as importantly, we're there to listen. And those sessions with the community, with government officials, with first responders, all informed things and elements of our program as we continue to evolve those programs. So that will be a key feature, and you'll see that in our 2020 and 2022 plan in some detail. So I've spoken a few times this morning already about building on our 2019 plan. So I think it's time to maybe spend just a moment in covering what we were able to accomplish last year. There's three little icons here just for clarity. You'll see one that looks like a covered conductor, because it is. That's there to represent hardening efforts. One that looks like several gears. Those are operational mitigations or activities that we're doing. And the last, an eye in the sky, that looks like one of our remote cameras. So that's situational awareness. That's the elements of those keys. But very quickly, in our efforts to reduce the threat of wildfires, one of our key pillars is infrastructure hardening. Last year, we replaced over 370 miles, so we're up to almost 500 miles of bare wire with covered conductor. So we ramped our program up significantly from installing a little over 100 miles the year before to now we've installed about 500. Bill will talk in some detail about our plan next year to ramp that up even further. That's one of the most effective mitigations that we've found for our system. Contact with our equipment equipment failure is the cause of around 70% of our ignitions from our system, and covered conductor is very effective at addressing that. Another infrastructure enhancement that we installed was almost 8,000 fast-acting fuses. One, those reduce the likelihood of an ignition by lowering the energy of a down wire if there is a down wire, and they also act much more quickly than traditional fuses. So we installed those, both replacing old fuses and replacing or installing them where there wasn't a fuse. So you also have a sectionalizing benefit with that as well in the event of a fault. So that's a secondary benefit. And while I mentioned sectionalizing, we installed around 50 of those last year. That's going to be a continuing feature of our program. That has enormous benefits as we get into the PSPS activations for minimizing the number of customers who are impacted by those events. Again, that is something that has been a hallmark of our program and will continue to be one. Another significant program that we undertook last year, a first ever, was essentially a blitz, if you will, of our high fire risk area equipment. We inspected over 400,000 structures in our high fire risk area. This was essentially all of our primary distribution and transmission equipment. We immediately took care of the highest risk findings that we observed when our teams were out in the field. And other findings we addressed generally within the compliance time frame, and there were tens of thousands of those. So this was a very effective program at identifying potential causes of ignitions, and what you'll see is that has informed our views of more robust inspections going forward, which will be a key component of our 2020 plan as we explain that a little bit later. The other area that is a key underpinning, and I think you've seen this in other utility presentations, is our situational awareness capabilities. A couple of dimensions of that, of course, weather stations have been talked about extensively, and rightly so. We have found that those have been very effective in both helping us make better decisions, good decisions in PSPS events, but also in understanding the weather patterns across our service territory, which is large. I have to remind everyone here that of our 50,000 square mile service territory, around 27% of that is in high fire risk areas. So we have really an enormous infrastructure footprint to cover, and these weather stations are really, really helpful in understanding weather patterns across those. So we installed around 372 of those, we installed 372 stations last year. You'll see similar volumes of those stations going forward. We've significantly increased our expectations for deploying those because of the benefits they provide. The other situation awareness technology that we've invested in, and we've now actually reached saturation in our service territory, owing to geography really, is the high definition cameras. Those have provided in-the-moment information both for us and probably more importantly for our first responder community. They've been able to use those devices to help pinpoint their response activity in the event. And as I said, we are covering around 90% of our territory owing to geographic features. We really can't get much more than that. So we've, as we said, we've hit saturation in that technology, and we are excited about, we're continuing to use that and find more ways to use those devices. Ultimately, we'll be looking at machine learning and image recognition technologies on those going forward. We're not there yet, but that's a place we're evolving to. We'll also be talking a little bit about more computing power. Of all things, we purchased a supercomputer. We're getting another one. So just assessing data, this is an underpinning theme you'll hear more and more about, is how we're using data, artificial intelligence, and machine learning more and more in our decision making and our planning and our program. So moving on to some of the operational practices. Vegetation management, we launched in our GSNRP and formalized that even more robustly in our 2019 plan, was the hazard tree removal program. We removed almost 6,000 trees. These are not ones that are in our traditional, I'll call it compliance or trimming inventory. These are ones that fall outside of that zone. Historically might have otherwise been considered okay trees. They're not, as we have arborists assess them. There's a probability that those could blow into our lines in high wind conditions. We're going to continue that program, and you'll see that in our new plan that we're filing as well. We're continuing to use technology such as infrared inspections, and now we're using more and more drones. That was a feature that we pulled into our program last year. Aerial inspections. Last year was the first time we did a comprehensive complete inspection of our equipment in high fire risk area using a combination of drones and helicopters that provided a tremendous amount of information on our system. Really important stuff for us to understand. And again, I think operational practices, this is one of the topics that I know is on a lot of our minds. It's on my mind. It's PSPS. As we look to last year, we had 16 events. 9 of those resulted in de-energizations. I think the worst event in October, this is the statewide wind event that affected all the utilities in the state. We ended up de-energizing around 100,000 customers, which represents 2% of our customer base. Still significant for customers who were impacted. We do not take this lightly. Those who've been in the energy business for their careers, as I have been, pride themselves on continuous supply of energy and electricity. So we do not take de-energization lightly. But we did so for public safety. And we continue to refine those programs. So what you'll see going forward is more and more community engagement, areas that we can make our customers more resilient and impact or reduce the impact of those events on our customers. That is a big feature of our program, and it was last year. So we continue to learn from those events. Each event provided new and more learning opportunities, which we took advantage of. And I mentioned community outreach earlier, so I can't understate or can't overstate the importance of community outreach and customer engagement. Following events, we were out in the communities. We were out in the communities in those events. We have something called community crew vehicles where we deploy those in the vicinity of events. We also have community resource centers. We're expanding both those programs, but we'll talk a little bit about that. But in fact, this week we were in one of our affected counties, Mono County, to talk to them about their experiences. And these are tough conversations. This is not something our customers appreciate, and we understand that, and we are working hard to mitigate the impacts of PSPS. So being out in the communities and hearing feedback is a key part of that, and will always be a part of our program, and you'll see more of that later. By the way, one of those, of course, communities that is on our minds and was in events are our critical care and medical baseline communities. We undertook both an information review of those customers in our databases before the PSPS events to make sure we had all the up-to-date information. We continue to do that. That's an ongoing program to make sure we have the best and most up-to-date information. But in the events, in the PSPS events themselves, we undertook special care for those communities, including when we did not have a positive connection. When we notified customers of a de-energization event, we sent physically someone to a door to knock on the door and find out and ensure that they understood what was happening. And then we had a dialogue about their emergency preparedness and in some cases offer generation. So again, this is something we're evolving. We have much more to do there. Our access and functional needs community is one that's very much on our minds. This is a little bit of a harder community to assess given the boundaries around what is and what's not AFN, but we're partnering with our community-based organizations, charitable organizations such as the Red Cross that we work with, 211 and others to support our efforts in getting the word out, both helping in resiliency and communication and what that might look like. So that is a feature of our programs. I mentioned lessons learned, so I've talked about what we've accomplished. I've hit some of the lessons learned. One of those was execution. So as I think folks can appreciate, ramping up a program, for example, the inspection program rapidly comes with it both comfort that we've looked at all of our lines, but that's an awful lot of equipment to inspect. Typically, the inspection regime was for transmission equipment compliance timeframe now every 3 years, distribution equipment every 5 years, so above ground distribution equipment. We did all of that in around 5 months. So a lot of things got inspected. So there was a rapid ramp up of people, a rapid ramp up of effort. And what we learned is we need to leverage technology better. We did that in midstream, deploying special iPads and inspection checklists to help facilitate that. Drones and helicopters helped us do that as well, and that came a little bit later in the year in the program. But also, one of the things we did is set up an incident management team structure to handle the volume of not only inspections, that was the first phase, but then all the remediation work. And thinking about all the line crews and planning crews that are involved in remediation activities. For example, if we have to replace a pole, that requires engineering, planning, and then installation. Those are the same crews that are installing covered conductor and planning for those other work items. So we have built processes in place that will be more efficient. This year was about ramping up and making sure that we identified sources of potential risk and eliminated them. And we were successful in that, but we're learning to be more efficient with that. I alluded to this in the last point, which was competition for resources. We have, along with, I think, all the utilities in the state, and frankly, we're getting some feedback from utilities outside of the state, that all the work that's going on in California, not only the line work, but the engineering and the planning, and then the vegetation management work that's going on in the state is really creating pressures on the overall labor complex to support that work. This is something that will be an ongoing challenge that we have. We've been able to meet it, but it's something we're keeping an eye on, both attrition and ramping up teams to be able to continue to support us. Another area that we've focused our efforts isn't just with the acquisition of resources to help us do this work, but it's looking at our processes to be more and more efficient in how we do that work. So we've changed some processes. We're going to continue to do that, bringing Kaizen to the delivery of our services and helping us to be much more efficient on that. That's the other way we're going to solve this. But that was a key lesson that we met last year. The ignitions. Now, it's very early. I mentioned the volume of covered conductor we deployed. Ultimately, our plan is suggesting that around 6,000 miles will be installed. So having done 500, we've started. Now, I should say we are prioritizing this, highest risk areas first. So we do expect to see a disproportionate reduction in risk. But as far as ignitions are concerned, it's too early to see a meaningful dent in that. But what we did do is every ignition in our high fire risk area was subject to an analysis. And in some cases, it was a field observer going out and logging what happened and providing some detail to the engineers. In some cases, it was much more detailed. It was going out and doing a root cause analysis and saying, what did this ignition stem from, and is our mitigation suite effective at addressing that? And largely, what we can say is, yes, the covered conductor, we're on the right track. Much of the ignitions we saw would have been mitigated by that. But we've also found some other areas that we said, our suite needs to be adjusted to accommodate that. So we've made some adjustments, say, in our wildlife guards, critter guards, we call them, for example. So there's some other areas that we're looking at. What else can we do based on these observations in the field? And I'd say the other two key ones I want to touch on here are reducing customer impact. But we'll talk about this in some detail. But as we went through each successive PSPS event, we found more and more things that we can do that would make this less impactful to our customers. You'll hear about things called playbooks, sort of pre-designing switching routines that will help reduce that, additional sectionalization, and then when the events happen, additional customer care activities to do, for all the way from notification, way pre-event, to notifying them of the possibility of events, how to make themselves more resilient, how we can help in that resiliency effort, and probably just as importantly, how we can make sure that we minimize the footprint of each one of these events. And the last thing I'll wrap up with here is I say technology, and the use of technology and tools. This is really a new horizon. I mentioned this in the inspection space. The rapid deployment of portable devices to help with those inspections is just the start of it. The delivery of drones using high definition cameras, using more and more data analytics to plan, scope, and adjust our work plans. And that goes all the way to informing our PSPS de-energizations. One of the things we also brought to bear was, I mentioned Kaizen and continuous improvement. In events, one of the things we saw is the gathering of data relating to customers on circuits. While we did a very good job of it, we believe we notified every customer who was on a circuit before de-energization, but it just took a long time. And we had a lot of people in the incident management team supporting that effort. We've automated many of those processes now. So that will help us make better decisions, quicker decisions, reduces the impact, and quickens the notification process. So again, that's a key lesson we learned. I'm just going to spend a moment on this. One of the things we also undertook was a careful review of our high fire risk areas. You may recall that we had something pre the high fire risk area designations by the commission a couple of years ago that we refer to as our standard operating bulletin 322 areas. Those are the areas that we singled out for, I'd say, enhanced treatment or enhanced precautions around wildfire, from blocking of reclosers to infrastructure hardening, different protocols. When we looked at the high fire risk areas designated by the commission, a bunch of our areas were not actually included in the high fire risk areas designated by the commission. So we undertook a comprehensive process with our fire scientists, with in-house experts, with our risk management team, to individually look at each small area and make a determination of should that be in or out. We ended up only retaining about 1% of that. A lot of reasons for that. Some was urbanization in the area. Some was these were, frankly, areas without much burnable fuel, or some areas, candidly, that didn't have any lines at all in them. So a bunch of things went into that. That was filed, and we're still awaiting for decision on that. That was a key effort, and it also helps us efficiently deliver our wildfire mitigation responses. I mean, those are areas, they're not prone to wildfires. That's not a place we should be diverting resources or subjecting to PSPS, for example. So we've taken some care to pull those out, and we're looking forward to finalizing that decision. Those, by the way, the areas that we did retain, we're treating as high fire risk area 2. I mentioned this, I'll only spend a moment. This is in our plan. I think all the utilities were required to submit a forecast similar to this. This is essentially an all things being equal kind of slide. We expect a certain mitigation impact based on delivery of things like covered conductor, for example. We simply apply that to historical ignitions and say, this is what the expected benefit and reductions of ignitions would be. Doesn't tell the whole story. This isn't weather normalized, so a high weather year may drive a different kind of activity. And I would also say consequence is not a feature here. So obviously you're acting differently for ignitions when you're in a high fire threat period, as you would be, say, for a rainy period. So these are just ignitions flat out, and I think I'm sure there'll be discussions about this in the workshops next week. So we're bringing now to the 2019 plan. I'm going to turn this over to my colleague Bill here to walk you through some of the details. I do want to close with a couple of things here. We're really proud of the progress we made in 19. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank all the folks at Edison, for one, who are working on this program, executing the plan, but also our regulatory partners who have been with us on this path to make our system more resilient. Our colleagues to the north and south, we've actively benchmarked with the utilities north and south, SDG&E and PG&E. But not only them, we have benchmarked and been in active conversations with folks across the country through NATF and other organizations in the U.S., and just as importantly, outside the U.S. Utilities in Australia, we've had active dialogues with those folks as well. This is a global problem we're seeing. We're dealing with the manifestation of that problem in California, but climate change is a global problem, and we're looking for global solutions. So you'll see about a few more of those here in a moment. This will focus. I mentioned we're going to learn new things in the plan. What we have learned essentially reinforces and maybe adds some new things to our 19 program. We are still going to focus on the 3 key pillars of the program in 19 and the GSNRP. Hardening our infrastructure, bolstering our situational awareness, and enhancing our operational practices. We hit those things effectively, we will make a big impact on our wildfire mitigation plans. PSPS will be part of that. You'll hear more about this, but again, as I stressed early on, we are striving to make this a diminishing piece of our portfolio. We're confident that our deployment of covered conductor and other hardening mechanisms and the things we're doing around PSPS itself will in fact realize that goal. But we are still in somewhat early days in our wildfire mitigation efforts. So with that, Bill is going to walk us through our 2020 through 2022 plan.
Mr. Harrington, before you depart, I apologize. I'm going to have to leave.
Oh,
I have
sure.
a scheduling conflict, but that does not diminish my interest in your program by any means, and I will certainly study the rest of the presentation. So I apologize for having to leave a little early.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation that you gave so far.
Oh, thank you, President Batcher. Appreciate it.
All right, good morning. Phil actually has done a really good job of introducing our plan. So I'll take a little bit deeper walk into the 10 elements of the program that's required by the Wildfire Safety Division in terms of how we structure the plan going forward. Phil mentioned that our foundational approach remains the same. We have a really sound strategy since we filed the GSRP back in 2018. We continue to build on the successes that we had 2018 leading to 2019 and going forward in 2020. The three key pillars that Phil talked about really is the cornerstone of our wildfire mitigation effort going forward. But before I get into the detail, I want to talk a little bit about our advances in our risk assessments and mapping. This sort of is a underlying foundation or underpinning for all of our programs on a going forward basis. We started with a sort of enterprise-wide risk model, part of the RAMP SMART effort that we have. And then we've really made some tremendous advances in the course of last year to the point now we have ability to assess risk not only at the circuit level, but down to segment level. We're able to combine both the probability of ignition with the consequences of a fire in case it does happen, and understand how that fire will propagate throughout our service area or high fire risk area. And that this advances has allowed us to get much more precise in how we assess and quantify the risk exposure that we have, and it's tremendous value in us being able to utilize this to prioritize our overall risk mitigation effort. And going forward in 2020, we are going to be transitioning into a risk model that integrates wildfire ignition probability and also the fire spread prediction and consequence calculations. And this is part of the efforts that we are undergoing with TechnoSilver to develop this comprehensive risk modeling approach. By targeting specific assets and location with high fire risk or higher risk profiles, we can more effectively allocate constrained labor resources to reduce risk beyond what is expected if we just look at a system level averages. And so our 2020 and through 2022 plan increases the use of data, these advanced risk analytics and innovative technology to help us prioritize the activities so that we reach the greatest potential to mitigate these wildfire risk and to improve public safety. Next is the situational awareness and forecasting capability. So in a nutshell, this is sort of the three key focus area. Obviously, we deploy lots of high definition camera. We reached the point of saturation. So we now have approximately 90% of viewshed coverage in our high fire risk area. The remaining, say, 10% or so, it's actually not practical to do because there are some geographical, topological constraints that we're not able to reach those areas. So going forward, our focus will be on increasing the deployment of our weather station. We're forecasting at a pace of about somewhere in the range of, say, 400 or 475 weather station on an annual basis. We want to be able to reach a point where we have on the average 2 weather stations per circuit in our high fire risk area. We have roughly 1,100 distribution circuits, so that adds up to be about 2,200 weather stations. We forecast that we'll be able to reach that level around 2024 timeframe. And obviously, having these much more granular weather stations allow us to get much better in our ability to exercise PSPS. And the camera has been a tremendous value for our fire suppression partners as well. All the fire captains actually have access. They have direct control, pan tilt zoom capabilities. And these tools allow them to assess the situation very quickly in case there is a fire and be able to deploy the right type of assets. And we have some great successes since we started this journey in 2018 and also in 2019. The other effort we have here is deploying advanced supercomputers to ingest all these weather station data coming in. And what that does is allow us to get much better at predicting weather, particularly wind speed on a going forward basis, because wind speed is really a crucial element determining how we will operationalize PSPS on a going forward basis. So we're adding additional high performance computer in addition to modeling or perform weather prediction, but also these additional supercomputer allow us the capability to do simulations and also additional advancements and in our weather modeling capability. In addition to weather stations and high definition cameras, we're also looking at technology where we can assess the condition of our circuits. And I'll talk a little bit more in the following slides about some of the technology that we're deploying to detect potential incipient fault conditions on our circuits. Some of these technology give us an idea of what is going on. So it will be an indication of something that's about to go wrong with the circuit. And then there's other technology that we're also are piloting to allow us to get better, more precise in terms of pinpointing the potential problem areas. And so these are some of the technology that we're deploying. The other one that's open phase detection. This is a sort of novel idea of detecting wire down, also leveraging a fast communication network that we're going to be investing, although it's not part of the WMP, but this is definitely a sort of the side benefit that we will have in having a more robust communication network on a going forward basis. Switching over to the third bucket, which is grid design and system hardening effort. Obviously, cover conductor is one of the key pillars that we have. We've been able to have a fairly aggressive ramp up. In 2018, we did 151 miles. Last year in 2019, we did 372 miles. And going forward in 2020, we're forecasting a minimum of 700 miles of cover conductor. And beyond that, through this 3-year period, reaching up to 4,500 miles of coverage. So this is a very aggressive pace, and it actually has a lot of dynamics in terms of resource allocation. And earlier I talked about the risk modeling capability. It's really a key benefit for us to focusing on the area that have the greatest impact. In addition to looking to cover our bare existing wires, we're also looking at targeting undergrounding in areas where it makes sense for us to consider undergrounding as an option. Undergrounding is not only is it extremely expensive, but it's also very time consuming to deploy. And this is one of the reasons why we focus a lot on cover conductor, because we could get that done much quicker. In areas where there's, say, potential high risk, or there's a certain area that are frequently impacted by PSPS, and there's also a community, say, egress issues, these are the type of areas that we would consider targeted underground in limited cases where it makes sense. Additionally, in this area, we're also looking at other type of infrastructure hardening and resiliency efforts that we have. Some of these includes composite pole, for example. I see that one of the picture didn't show up quite well here. Hopefully you get to see that when you download the slides. The picture is actually very telling. It's contrasting two type of installation, one with an existing wood pole, the other with the composite pole, and these pictures were taken after one of the fire we had last year. What happened here is the wood pole actually, it's completely gone. The wire is actually holding up the cross arm, whereas the picture showing the composite pole, everything is intact. It's still in good operating condition. So that adds additional system resiliency consideration in case there's a fire, we could restore the system much quicker. And from the very beginning of our program, we deployed lots of technology in protective relay scheme. Part of that is looking for ways to much more quickly isolate potential fault conditions. And what that does is reduce the energy that are dissipated into a system anomaly or fault condition, and greatly reduce the chance of ignitions. And we've been doing that for since the beginning of our program. Over 10,000 locations have already had these type of fast-acting fuse already deployed. From the very get-go, we have ability to remotely control our RAR, remote automatic recloser, and we have also programmed these devices with super fast protection schemes that we could toggle on and off during elevated weather conditions. So that's one the significant advantage that we have with the years of investments in the grid and also in the automation technology that we have. Let me talk a little bit more about the technology that we're deploying in assessing system conditions. One of the areas is what we call rapid earth fault current limiter. This is the technology that's been around for some time. The Australian utility were sort of the front runner of this technology because they're required by their energy safety regulator to deploy these technology. It's a very complex technology, but what we've done is actually break this complexity down into a more simplistic way of looking at this. And we bucket these into 3 categories of technology where we, instead of using a complex one-size-fits-all applications, we now have tested these sort of 3 subcategories and be able to use these subcategories to more appropriately apply them where we get the most bang for our buck. These are ground fault neutralizer, resonant grounding with arc suppression coil, and also isolation transformer that we can apply on distribution circuit rather than just in the substation itself. So I'm sure we'll talk more about that at the technology workshop next week. Open phase downwire detection is actually a very simplistic scheme, if you will. Rather than investing a lot of complex technology, we felt this is going to be a very effective method. Basically, if you have a loss of voltage or voltage change at the end of your line, that tells you there's something going on your circuit. All you need is just a fast communication network to signal back to the source and isolate that very quickly. Sort of the last bullet here is around distribution fault anticipation. We deployed over 60 of these already, 60 devices already installed on circuits in our high-fire risk area. We're now in the process of just continuously validating the learnings that we have on this DFA, and if all goes well, we're looking forward to ramp up that in the second half or latter part of this program years that we have going forward. All right, so wanted to shift gear a little bit to asset management and inspection practices that we have. Phil mentioned this, that 2019, it's really blitzing the entire high fire risk area, tremendous amount of effort going forward because now we have these risk modeling capability. Our focus in the 2020 and 2022 timeframe is to focus on the asset that brings with it the highest risk exposures that we have, continuously applying both ground level inspection and aerial inspection technology that we have, infrared, corona cameras, and also using LiDAR to assess the clearances of our power lines or vegetation near our power lines. And we're also leveraging unmanned aerial system. That's another more fancy term for drones. We've now ramped up drone capabilities to help us assess these conditions. One of the things that we're really looking forward to working with the Commission on this year is finding a different prioritization methodology and remediating the findings that we have. SCE today follows the pre-established regulatory compliance timeline based on the inspection results. I think a more impactful and a more effective approach would be to use a more granular risk-informed prioritization method, which we have proposed in our WMP. The current regulatory construct does not accommodate this level of discretion, but we strongly believe that this shift will provide SCE the flexibility needed to appropriately allocate the resources that we have to the activity that have the highest impact in reducing risk. And so we look forward to working with CPUC and the Wildfire Safety Division on this proposal for the ability to make this risk-informed trade-off on a going-forward basis. We're also using additional detection technology, artificial intelligence, and machine learning to do comparison. So imagine all the inspections are capturing literally hundreds of thousands of images. Actually, I should say millions of images. And so what we wanted to do is to leverage these technology to get better at and be much quickly at assessing the potential problem on a going forward basis. Shifting gear a little bit to veg management and inspection. So our program will largely continue our 2019 efforts going forward. We have trees, shrubs, and other vegetation that could cause safety hazards and power outages if they're growing near our power lines. As such, we will continue to expand our key vegetation management programs. And so we will look to expand our brush clearance at the base of our pole. In this program that we have going forward, we're looking at 200,000 to 300,000 poles on an annual basis to clear the brush and the vegetation near the base of the pole. This is a low-cost effort, and it's been proven to be effective in terms of mitigating ignition risk. We'll also continue our drought relief initiative to remove dead, dying disease trees. And the other key pillars of our program is what we call hazard tree management program, and that is really to assess trees that are further away from our power line, but potentially could pose a striking or falling hazard. Our focus going forward is to assess these trees in a more comprehensive, robust way. We're looking to reach in the range of 75,000 trees annual basis to assess these potential risk conditions, and then remediate them when it's necessary. In the past 2019, the program was focusing on removing trees. We learned a lot in this process. There's other methods besides removing that we could also look at remediation. So that's part of the learnings that we have on a going forward basis. Last year, we learned a lot in this process. There are definitely resource shortages in terms of getting qualified tree trimmers and arborists to participate in this program. So we're continuing our ramp-up effort in this area. And the other is getting the support of third-party stakeholders, property owners, and agencies to allow us to assess and also remediate these type of potential hazard that we have. Okay, shifting gear to this area called grid operation and protocol, and so this is largely around PSPS. We do expect to reduce the scope and impact of PSPS. However, PSPS will continue to remain available for extreme conditions in the long run. I think before I get into the detail, I think it's worthwhile to note that there are some foundational principles of how SCE approach PSPS, and that really differentiates us on our program. So I would say, first and foremost, is we embrace this concept of incident management system with well-trained incident management team to conduct all operational activity relating to PSPS. We have what we call incident management team. There are staffed of over 540 of our employees are trained in the ICS system, and they're basically on call 24/7, 365 throughout the year. And this is consistent with the FEMA's emergency response protocol. It provides a much more effective communication and better coordinations with external agencies at various state, county, and city level. Second key pillars of our PSPS program is our decisions to de-energize is based on actual grid and weather data versus forecasted weather. And so this is actually done at the individual circuit level, and it's based on real-time situation paired up with circuit health conditions. And the third foundational element of our program is wherever possible, we will leverage the investment in automation technology that we have been doing in the past decades to allow us to shrink down the footprint to its absolute minimum. And one of the key things that we learned last year is in the moment decision-making process, when you have potentially dozens, if not hundreds of circuits that are involved, the decision to isolate is not optimized in the moment. And so as part of the mitigation effort we have is we now develop what we call switching playbooks. Basically, it's a menu of choices. I talked about we have 1,100 circuits in distribution circuits in our high fire risk area. We now have comprehensive switching program designed for each of these 1,100 circuits. So each circuit has a menu of choices. Depending on the actual conditions that we're encountering during an event, we can exercise the right type of switching protocol so that we minimize the impact to our customers. That's already done since the learnings that we have in October. The other key component of our PSPS mitigation is around what we call targeted hardening. There may be a particular segment of the circuit that could be impacted by PSPS, or it could be a particular segment of the circuit that feeds a downstream neighborhood, but that particular segment is in a high fire risk area. And if we could find ways to accelerate the mitigation of these areas, we could potentially remove that circuit from PSPS activity on a going forward basis. Similarly, in engineering and system evaluation, we look for, are there opportunities to make small incremental investments? Are there opportunities to look at load switching, for example? And the fourth area is looking at microgrids and resiliency zones, where we're pursuing microgrid opportunity when it's technologically and economically feasible for us to do so. And last but not least is what we call customer care. In situation where PSPS is inevitable, what can we do to help support the customer through these difficult, challenging periods? This includes providing additional resources for them and addressing food spoilage claims, if possible, providing potable water for the communities, establishing community resource centers so the folks could gather and to ride through this period of time, and also actively conducting community outreach, as Phil mentioned earlier, to educate and inform our customers so they can be more resilient themselves. So in a nutshell, that's the focus that we have in terms of addressing PSPS on a going forward basis. We recognize the hardship that this brings to our customer, and this is definitely something right on top of our minds in terms of what we could do to minimize the impact for our customer. And before I leave this, I just want to say, as we continue to invest in system hardening, we do believe that we're going to be able to reduce the opportunity or reduce the frequency of PSPS activity on a going forward basis. Okay, switching gear to emergency planning and preparedness. This is an area that we view this as a really important component, and our approach has been that we consider numerous hazards, not just PSPS, that potentially could impact our service area or to the grid. And so in this effort, we are actively pursuing programs to engage our customers and with education efforts to inform our customer, provide customer with important and consistent messaging. We participate in statewide multi-channel, multilingual media campaign. We send letters to all of our customers in high fire risk area and also in non-high fire risk area to inform them of the potential PSPS impact around emergency preparedness, and also our wildfire mitigation plan and activities that could be taking place in their neighborhood. We host community meetings. That is an example of that. We host up to a dozen of these community meetings in areas that are impacted by PSPS activity. This is a way for us to gather feedback from them. As I mentioned, in terms of multilingual, we have communication in 8 different languages that we're actively moving forward with. Shifting gear to data governance. So this is an area where we think we have a lot of opportunity in, because We continue to develop its foundational data governance strategy, and we're developing a data quality framework, a methodology for measuring and managing what we call the master data quality, because this is really an important effort. As more and more we're gathering lots of information. I give the example about all the high definition imagery that we're gathering from our inspection program. What we like to do is to be able to pair up our ground-based inspection images with the aerial inspection images, connect them together for the same asset so we get a holistic view of what's actually going on. Our approach is to implement these capabilities in small, tangible pilots and prioritize on the impact of the data and also the data elements. And I use the example of the images, right? We want to create a 360-degree view of an asset that integrate both the aerial and ground-based image with the inspection and remediation data for both our infrastructure asset and also for our vegetation management program as well. Resource allocation methodology, skilled resources continue to be a binding constraint. I think we heard yesterday from other IOUs as well, in terms of accelerating more wildfire mitigation work. So our program really is designed around what is capable with the resources that we have. It's really not, we don't think of it as a capital constraint. Our focus is around using the resources that we have and direct them to the activity that has the maximum benefit in terms of risk reduction. And so this resource allocation involves careful consideration, both of our skilled human resources and the financial resources across the SCE towards minimizing the risk of its equipment or facility causing wildfires. So we are continuously monitoring safety and reliability, and where necessary, adjusting our short and long-term plans to optimize our resource allocation and prioritization of work. So as market conditions or environmental conditions or other externality changes over time, we will continue to define or refine our understanding of mitigation effectiveness, and we'll continue to adjust resourcing plan to ensure effective allocation of the resources that we have. Finally, last but not least, stakeholder cooperation and community engagement. We are committed to keeping our customers and key stakeholders informed of our wildfire mitigation plan activities, the PSPS protocols, and also around general emergency preparedness. We'll continue to move forward with our robust community outreach effort in the years ahead with 2020 and beyond. We plan to concentrate effort in 2020 on communities that were impacted by multiple PSPS events from the past. We will collaborate and share best practices with trade associations, technical organizations, and national and international agencies. Phil mentioned that we're looking to establish a more regular cadence of interactions with our Australian partners, for example, to learn from them and to exchange ideas. We will continue to partner with all wildland fire suppression agencies as part of our overall fire mitigation effort. And last but not least, we're also looking to deploy technology, explore what we could apply, maybe virtual community meetings to increase the reach to our customer base, to help them get ready and to continue to sustain the resiliency on the going forward basis. So that sort of covers the 10 key focus area of our wildfire mitigation plan. I wanted to shift. Phil, do you want to make some closing remarks? Okay.
Thank you, Bill. You can see we have a comprehensive program for 2020 through 2022 and beyond. I wanted to just spend a very brief moment on the maturity model. I know this is something that all the utilities participated in this year. We appreciated the opportunity to do this benchmarking. It was approaching this from a formalized standpoint, I think will help us all. There are some caveats to our program, and maybe providing this as a primer to those looking into plans and comparing them going forward. One of them is doing this year meant that the baseline was now. So a lot of progress has already happened in 2019, and that was reflected in our maturity model calculation. So you may see what looks like a limited step in progress. That's because we are already taken a pretty substantial leap forward in some categories. And by the way, some of those categories are emergency response, inspections and maintenance, vegetation management, and stakeholder cooperation. So as we scored ourselves there, things that we put in place through GSNRP in 2019 wildfire mitigation plan were already reflected. I do believe, and we strongly believe, that as we develop further our analytical capabilities, enhancements to our ability to assess wildfire risk, it's just going to further inform and move us up the spectrum there. So we're really looking forward to working with the Commission and others on the maturity model. So I know this is a novel approach that we're trying here in California. We appreciate the effort and the opportunity to participate. We were planning to cover this in some detail, but I think we'll handle this probably more at the workshops. I think the real takeaway here is over the period of time, 20 through 2022, this is a $3.8 billion program. So we're investing substantially both in the capital and the operation and maintenance space in enhancing our grid. So more conversation on this will occur, I think, at the workshops. So very briefly in closing, one, we're tremendously proud of the things that we've accomplished with the help of others, with the help of our partners, our community partners in working through the 2019 plan. We believe we've made a difference. And that's had a lot of support from folks within the company. I also want to thank our partners in IBAW 47, folks in the field, line organizations who are actually installing this work, and within Edison, the planning community, the engineers, the accountants, basically all the disciplines who are helping us get all this work done. It really does take a collective company effort to move this forward, and that's to say nothing of the support that we need from our regulators, our first responder partners as well. This is as I mentioned earlier, a global issue, and certainly as we reflect on how we deal with it in the state of California, it will really take all of us to accomplish this. So I think this is a collective effort. I know we all appreciate that, and we appreciate working with everyone who can help us reduce the threat of wildfires, because that is our #1 goal. It is safety is our primary objective, safety of our communities, safety of our employees, safety of our customers, safety of the first responders who deal with the wildfires. And if we can accomplish that, I think we'll have done a great thing. And this is what our 2020 through 2022 plan is all about. So we're really looking forward to answering your questions about the plan. We have a lot of detail in there, both today, of course, and in the workshops that are upcoming. Certainly there'll be some robust discussion about multiple elements of the plan, and we're really looking forward to engaging with you all in addressing any concerns or opportunities you may see in our plans. So thank you.
Great. And what we'll do in just a moment, we'll be taking a break before we get into the Q&A, but I do have one question from a commissioner. And just for the folks online, I wanted to mention that your questions are noted. We're keeping track of them, and we'll make sure that we are asking those questions here.
Thank you very much. I apologize for jumping in line, but I won't be able to stay after the break, and I had a couple of questions. I actually have 2 questions now. The first question is, do you have specific metrics for PSPS events in terms of reductions in the scope, duration, and other impacts, restoration of service time? You talked about reducing them, but I don't know if you have any numerical targets.
We have not established a target simply because of all the variability around what may drive a PSPS event. I will tell you, Commissioner, though, we are monitoring very carefully all the metrics that go into it, from number of customers notified to the duration of the periods of concern. We're monitoring customers impacted numbers in each event. So we're studying all this data continually, and after each event, we have an after-action assessment of how well we did. So we're going to continue with that. Our expectation, strong expectation, is this will go down, but we have not targeted as a go, no-go amount of what reduction that we expect to see. We have calculated for certain circuits, for example, If we're able to isolate more effectively in sort of a but-for analysis of one event happening again on a specific circuit, and we can provide more detail of how we're looking at that. For example, I mentioned, and Bill mentioned in some detail, switching playbooks. If we're able to move customers around either before an event or well before an event or immediately in the event, we have seen that we can reduce the number of customers by 30% or more, depending on what we do. We also, as we look at individual hardening of circuits, what we assess is what will hardening of that circuit do to the expected number of customers that may be impacted. So to say we don't have any metrics is not correct, but to say we've established a target, we've not established a target yet. Bill, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, actually, Phil, you covered really well. The roughly 30%, that is just one component of our overall PSPS mitigation strategy. So if we have similar weather conditions in 2020 as we did in 2019, we expect to be significantly lower in terms of the PSPS impact.
And by the way, sorry, Commissioner, and we are watching carefully our restoration times. We are keenly aware that getting customers back online quickly is one of the best things we can do when we have to do PSPS. There are a number of factors that go into how we assess that, when the conditions clear, whether a new condition emerges, which we have seen as one condition moves through, so that challenges the ability to get circuits back online. But we are very, very focused on rapid restoration as well.
Thank you for those responses. The second question concerns the establishment of an advisory council. I apologize if you've covered this or if it's in your plan. I think PG&E mentioned yesterday that they have created an advisory council to work with members of the community with access and functional needs. This topic also came up at a meeting that the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group had last month with representatives of all the three major IOUs talking about reaching out to disadvantaged communities affected by PSPS events. I'm wondering, do you have in mind establishing an advisory council that will interface with communities with access and functional needs and disadvantaged communities?
Commissioner, we're very open to it. We're assessing the best way to reach those communities. As I mentioned, the path we have initially gone down is to work with our community-based organizations very closely, and we have our traditional, may not be the right word, but partners we've engaged with. I mentioned a couple of them earlier. There's also MyCop and others that we are working with to reach those customers. We've not made a decision on whether an advisory council is the best way to go, but I would say that we are open to reaching, we want to reach the maximum number of customers that we can, so we're making the best decisions we possibly can. So we're open to the concept.
Thank you very much, Ryan.
Okay, and with that, I'm seeing the time is about 11:15, so we'll take the 15-minute break right now and resume back at 11 o'clock. Okay, for those in the room, this is a 2-minute warning. We'll be getting started again at 11 o'clock. 2-minute warning. All right, welcome back. So this is the question and answer portion for Southern California Edison. We have about 45 minutes scheduled for this time. If anyone would like to ask a question here in the room, we have 2 mics set up for you. Please, please feel free to come down and ask your question into the mic. Just so you know, for those who are participating via WebEx, please make sure when you type your questions into the chat, and make sure that it is selected for everyone so that I can read the questions. I will then take your questions and read it to Southern California Edison. So while everybody's thinking through their questions and looking to queue up, why don't I start with questions coming from online. Okay, the first question. Regarding vegetation management, how does SCE remediate a tree? What is meant by that term?
So I think I can take this one. There are a number of vegetation management programs that we have, starting maybe with our compliance program, which we call compliance. It's actually our trim programs, maybe a better way to think about it. Those trees, and there are roughly 1 million of them, are routinely trimmed, generally annually, or even on a higher frequency, depending on whether it's a high growth rate species. What it means to address that tree, if you will, is really trimming the tree. We also have our basically our drought removal program, or drought program. In those cases, we're addressing really dead trees from bark beetle and drought. Those are outright removals. What we talked a little bit about today is our hazard tree mitigation program. What we are doing is trained arborists are going out in the field and assessing the health of trees. And some of these trees will have unique growth characteristics, maybe a split trunk, maybe there's a hollow in the trunk where the animal may be nesting or something like that, which actually makes the tree unstable in certain cases. Depending on the condition of that tree, mitigating may be actual removal, cutting the tree down. or in some cases, mitigation may be a branch removal or a substantial trimming of that tree.
All right. Next question. So in implementing the process of combining design, ground-based data, and aerial data, does Southern California Edison rely primarily on staff specializing in each tool or technique across the service territory, or on staff focused on geographic area and assembling all of the relevant data and tools?
Yeah, I'll take this one. So we think this process is maybe two parts. One is the actual acquisition of the image itself, and we use aerial assets, could be helicopters, fixed wings, or drones, so we acquire the image. The actual assessment is done by a team of specialists, technical specialists and engineers working together to actually analyze these images. And so this effort is done centralized, particularly for the aerial inspection efforts. It's not dispersed out geographically per se. It's centralized so that we have literally in a concentrated area in a room where you have rows and rows of technical specialists viewing these images and discussing the potential risk associated with the findings.
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to add to that one is in the case of the aerial inspections, there are assessing photographic evidence and photographic images of the equipment that we're looking at. We have a team basically that consists of a qualified electrical worker, in other words, someone who's been a lineman or a troubleman in the field, with an engineer also assessing that information. So we have multiple sets of eyes on that information. So we're doing, I'd say, really a careful assessment of what we're seeing in the field.
I have several questions coming in from the Acton Town Council, but maybe I'll group those. We'll let a few members of the audience go.
Hi, Henry Burton with the Public Advocate's Office. Yesterday, SDG&E talked about maintaining a wider clearance for certain types of trees. I think oak, pine, palm, sycamore, and eucalyptus. Does Edison also maintain a wider clearance for particular types of trees? And if so, how do you determine which types of trees?
We assess primarily different growth rates of species. So high growth rate species, and some of those are characterized in that. I can get you a more detailed answer on species that are included in that list. Are subject to what we call mid-cycle trims or more frequent trims, which is typically how we assess that. We are trimming back to a greater distance as well in our high fire risk areas. 12 feet is the standard now for HFRAs. But again, we do look at species, and the high growth species will get trimmed additionally within our cycle.
Yeah, I would maybe just add that I think this will be a great topic for next week's technical workshop, but we'll have our veg management specialists on hand to answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marcel Haber for Turn. Maybe this is also a question for next week, but following up on vegetation management, but I'll try to keep it sort of a higher level. Both Edison and PG&E have implemented your new high-risk species program of evaluating trees beyond the regular clearance requirements. Have you guys benchmarked or done work with PG&E to determine how similar or different your evaluation processes are and the results? Because it seems like you have very different, at least money forecasts for the tree, the resulting tree remediation work.
Sure. I think, again, with our veg team in place next week, that would be a really good question. But let me address this. One of the things that we have done over the last couple of years is routinely benchmark with both SDG&E and PG&E on our practices across the wildfire mitigation space, which includes vegetation management. One of the things that we have identified pretty clearly is our topographies and our forest situations are generally very terrific. Of course, we have boundary areas which are similar. But as we look at the totality of a different program, I don't want to speak for PG&E, but having been in the territory enough to know their forestry situation is very different from ours, which may give rise to different cost assessments. But we are collaborating, and where we see overlap or similarities or lessons that we can share and apply those for the benefit of how we're applying our program, we do that. So if you want to add anything to that, yeah.
Hello, Chris Parks, Public Advocate's Office. I have a couple of questions, but I'll cycle back for some of the other questions. But in the presentation, SCE mentioned, I think, that you're seeing good results from the covered conductor program that you've been implementing. And I was curious, a couple of questions. What metrics are you using to evaluate that? Are those included in the plans that you've submitted? And also, can you distinguish? I imagine when you do a covered conductor installation, you're upgrading a lot of things, you're replacing cabling and that kind of stuff. Are you able to distinguish the results attributed to the covered conductor aspect of that, not just, for example, replacing an aging asset, but to distinguish the benefit directly attributable to the covered conductor?
Yeah, good question on the covered conductor deployment. I think your question is around what metrics do we use to measure its effectiveness. I think in combination with the early testing that we've done in validating that it is very effective to protect against contact from foreign objects, we have encountered situations where in the past, where we have a metallic balloon approaching a traditional power line construction, we actually have on video and an explosion occurs. We've recently captured pictures where balloons are hovering around a covered conductor power lines. So it's a non-event, nothing happens. So we know that it's very effective. I think in terms of deployment of covered conductor, we do take into account other mitigation effort. In some cases, pole replacements. We also add lots of what we call wildlife covering. So the whole idea is not just replacing the conductor itself, but also essentially covering the entire pole head assembly, the insulators, all the jumpers, the taps, the transformer bushings, the switches. And that's been really effective. Again, the whole program here is trying to prevent contact from foreign objects, creating ignition which covers tree branches, pond fronds, metallic balloons, animal contacts as well. And those have all been very effective. We have not found a case where we have a covered conductor where ignition still occurred.
Okay, I'll go to the WebEx. We have several questions coming in from the Acton Town Council. The first one is, a review of the shapefiles provided by SC&E of the covered conductor replacement program indicates that virtually all of the distribution facilities in Acton are now equipped with covered conductor or are underground. That should mean that our community and our school district should be spared much of the PSPS agony that we endured during last year's fire season, but it does not appear to be the case. We ask that the plan clarify to the extent to which SC&E's hardening efforts completed to date will reduce SCE's future reliance on PSPS.
Yeah, I'll take a first, and I appreciate the question. I know our teams have been meeting with Acton frequently. That was a community that was impacted very heavily in the last high wind season, in fact, multiple times. To the specifics, Bill, unless you have all the detail of the circuitry in the Acton area, we're going to need to respond at a different point in time. Some generalities, I think, for the benefit of people looking at the plan. It will depend on a number of things, including the totality of the circuits in the area. Are they all hardened? And again, maybe the GIS circuitry indicates much of this has been in Acton or undergrounded, but we'd have to look at that specifically. Secondly, while covered conductor is very effective at mitigating the need for PSPS, you can be in a significantly high wind period where even anything above ground is vulnerable. Again, the threshold will not be the same, but it's not eliminated. And I think it's very difficult to be in a position of saying you're ever at zero, even if you have an underground situation. There are infrastructure above ground that under certain circumstances could cause you to at least consider it. But I think we need to get back to Acton and to the question more specifically. Bill, do you have anything?
I think that's the right approach. Yeah, there's a lot of details here. So we definitely are looking forward to work with the community to make sure that we can minimize the impact. I think part of it is this, we're still early in this process. Even the shapefile may have shown that we're going to be deploying covered conductor. There may be portions of the circuit that are outside the particular neighborhood that are feeding that particular neighborhood that are also exposed. So we need to make sure those are also covered as well.
And just a reminder for those in the room, please speak into the microphone so it can be picked up over the WebEx.
Hi, this is Wendy Al-Maqdad, Senior Utilities Engineer in the Safety Policy Division. What is your threshold criteria when you do root cause analysis on your ignition events? Because it seems like, you mentioned that you sometimes do the deeper root cause analysis on the events and sometimes not. So can you go into that?
Yeah, so going forward, and in fact, starting in 2019, we are looking at every single ignition event, and as much as we can, trying to understand what is the actual cause of that ignition event so we can learn from it. Phil mentioned a little bit about the lesson learned that we actually have captured a lot of ignitions, and part of this is because the more concerted effort that we have in tracking down every single event that we have in our high fire risk area, we actually are seeing more than we have seen previously. But there is some interesting learning from this as well, the things that we didn't really expect. A couple of examples. One is that we've seen a higher number of ignition or pole fires, fires that burns the portions of the pole. Luckily for us, these type of events typically occurs after the initial rain, after a long spell. And so we're learning about how to mitigate that type of events, even though it presents, in terms of the overall risk, relatively a lower risk. It occurs on what we call low fire potential index days, low FPI days. The other that we learn is sort of the unintended consequences of the legalization of marijuana. There's actually a lot of energy theft associated with illegal grow houses, and that causes overloads on the secondary circuits to the point that it causes an ignition. But again, luckily for us, in some of these situations, the locations are not in a very rural area. It could be maybe in an area that is not exposed to lots of dry vegetation. And so those are some of the learnings that we have, and we're continuing to track very closely all these ignition events so we can continue to learn from. I think this will be an evolving learning process for us in the years to come.
Morning, Scott Holmquist from Perimeter Solutions, Voscheck. You mentioned, and you started off your presentation with the idea that reducing or mitigating the ignitions is the key driver in your prevention plan. Then you mentioned certain things you're doing with the hardening of the system and your vegetation management program along with that. And then along with her question there is the ignitions that have been caused, as I think you said something about 75% of those have been caused by either equipment and or conductor contact. And with that, and then with the further on the presentation about the public safety power shutoffs, those areas that could be resilient zones and or because of the weather and fuel conditions and that. But have you considered the use of a long-term fire retardant on the vegetation in those areas that you haven't had a chance to harden yet, and or in those areas of PSPS where the retardant could be placed down ahead of time prophylactically, so you could potentially eliminate that PSPS in that area on those fuels?
Yeah, so a good question. We actually have considered use of fire retardant, not as a long-term solution, but as a possibility of a stopgap measure where we know there is a high-risk exposure, but we have not had the ability to effectively mitigate those just yet. But the early results have come back from our team of experts that assess this, is that so far these retardant are not long-lasting. And so if we apply them, say right now it's in February timeframe, by the time it comes to the peak of the wildfire season, that it's rendered it ineffective already. So we're still looking at that. There's different type of compounds that's available that we're constantly looking at what's new and available out in the marketplace, what we could possibly apply, not as a long-term mitigation, but really as a short-term stopgap measure.
Joseph Mitchell, Mussey Grade Road Alliance. Returning to the covered conductor, you have a very aggressive program planned. You're rolling out a lot of covered conductor. And yesterday we saw from PG&E a much more humble program, not rolling out nearly as much. And there seems to be some sort of resource limitation. I can't ask you why PG&E is going slowly on this, but why is it that you're able to commit to a much more aggressive program and if that were to be leveraged by PG&E or SDG&E, would that then potentially lead to resource competition between utilities?
Sure. I think you probably said what I was also going to leave with. I can't really speak to PG&E's plan or what the limitations were as they built their plan. For us, we scoped out a pathway to reduce risk as quickly as we could, recognizing the existing resource constraints. That led to the commitment of the wildfire plan of 700 miles, and we really expect and hope we'll be able to do more than that. Having said that, I think any time that we add resource competition into the mix, it could impact the program. I will say I think we're all fully utilizing the resources we've deployed. And in large part for all of us, it's effectively, if you think about other filings that we have made, our SNAP and our RAMP filing, wildfire is one of the many risks that we're trying to deal with. Contact with energized equipment, underground equipment failure. All of these programs are looking at resources, in many cases the same resources that we're deploying across our whole infrastructure program, building new lines, customer interconnections. All of these things are pulling from the same level of resources. For us, the optimal resource allocation given what we feel is our biggest risk, and have calculated to be our biggest risk, wildfire, is the deployment of the kind of resources that we've got that show 700 miles or more this year. So again, not speaking for PG&E, that is how our risk allocation and we felt it's important for, again, our solution set, and we all have different solution sets given our unique topographies and conditions on the ground. So that also plays a factor. But for us, we wanted to go very aggressively with covered conductor, and that results in the plan you see.
Thank you. And just one quick follow-up on the covered conductor on behalf of Acton. I think I did hear you say that you will be taking covered conductor deployment into account when setting PSPS thresholds. Was that correct?
That is correct.
Chris Parks, Public Advocate's Office. I believe there was mention about the current regulatory construct does not permit some kind of risk type of analysis, or maybe it was something similar. And also, I know in your plan, you've also have some activities that discuss new activities to do risk analysis and data analysis. And also yesterday, there was some discussion about failure mode effects analysis. And I'm just curious, could you explain that more about how the commission or regulatory aspects can be used to drive what you're learning from your experience? And also, is it related to FMEA or not, or is that something different?
Yeah, very good. I'll try to expand on that a bit. So last year, we inspected our entire high fire risk area assets, and no doubt we found a lot of potential areas that needs to be remediated. But one of the learnings that we have is not all these findings are equal. Our current process bucket these into basically three levels, what we call priority ones, priority twos, and priority threes. Priority ones are imminent risk that we will address, will make safe within 24 hours, and would typically address that, remediate that within 72 hours. Priority two, per current regulatory requirements, depending on where they're located, in Tier 2, you have 12 months from the time of findings. In Tier 3, you have 6 months from the time of finding. So even within this large bucket of what we call priority 2, there is different gradation of severity. And so there may be cases where we have so-called priority 2, but we could certainly wait longer and allow us to redirect the resources to focus on something else that give us greater benefit in terms of overall risk reduction. So that is what we're talking about in terms of the risk-based approach to prioritize how we remediate. But the current constraint is that we need to do so. If we're not, we're in violation of the GO95 requirements. So that's the area that we definitely wanted to very actively work with the Commission on, because I think based on the learnings that we have, we definitely have opportunity to improve this on a going forward basis. I think you had a part 2 question. Can you repeat?
FMEA, I know that it was discussed yesterday, and I don't know if that's being used or how you would use it or not use it.
Yeah, yes, we do use that. This will be part of our overall component failure analysis that feed into the risk assessment of a particular finding, if you will. This could be any sort of what we call low points on our structure, insulator, connectors, jumpers, or any type of hardware, understanding its failure mode and understanding the findings or the inspection findings and translating that into how likely is that to fail. That's part of our analysis as well.
But I just wanted to add one thing to the prioritization of findings. At its core, or one of the key concerns is, we talked a little bit about resources earlier. Allocation of resources, we feel strongly we should be doing that on a risk basis. And so the more you actually are able to deploy your limited resources, field crews and planners and designers, to address the situations that have the most risk, that's how you reduce risk most quickly. So we're just looking to remove as many constraints that don't move us in that direction as possible, and that's what the real thrust of that comment's about.
Is this on? Yeah. This is Judge Thomas. I'm the judge on the R1810-007, the Welfare Mitigation Plan proceeding, such as it is. I just want to make sure I understand your position on GO95 in terms of this priority 2 area. Are you suggesting in your welfare mitigation plan that the Commission allow you to deviate from GO95 so that you do follow up less often than is required by the GO?
No, that's absolutely not the case. We follow the requirements of the GO95. What we're saying is there's an opportunity because if you look across the entire state, there are limited skill resources that we have. And the whole idea is to deploy these resources so that we get the maximum risk reduction in the shortest amount of time possible. So in that context, we do have opportunity to take care of some of these lower risk exposure on the, say, priority 2 findings, where we need to remediate within 6 months versus 12 months. We may be able to shift that to some other type of activity and allow us a longer remediation timeline.
How is that not a deviation from GO95?
No, we're not doing that. We're currently complying
Right, but you're proposing that you be allowed in your welfare mitigation plan to deviate from GO 95? I'm just not sure
No,
that you.
not yet. I'm sorry, Judge. Not yet. We're proposing to start that dialogue so we could have, we want to have the conversation about can we get there. Again, this is very clear. This is not at all about the inspections themselves. We think, in fact, we're proposing to go much more aggressively than GO 95 would suggest we need to, and we think that's the right thing to do. Find things and identify the high-risk items and correct them. This would be for findings that are, for example, unlikely to cause an ignition, but are characterized as a P2, and therefore would have lower risk. We would like to have the conversation and be ready to have that dialogue about is there some relief possible in that area. Our intent is to comply with those until we have that conversation.
All I would suggest is, because you're proposing it sort of as a one-off for Edison, it may be better to propose modification of GO 95 in the context of a GO 95 proceeding, so that all utilities end up being subject to the same rules. I just, it's sort of up to the Welfare Safety Division and the Commission, but I heard that and I was concerned that you might be addressing the issue in the wrong form.
I think it should apply to all utilities. That's really what we're asking. So again, this is in line with the drive to a risk-based strategy versus a compliance-based strategy.
Understand.
It's at the core of it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to jump in with some of the online questions. We have a number of questions coming in from the Acton Town Council, and many of them are quite specific to their situation. So given that, I'm going to try to generalize a little bit and ask you to speak more, more generally, but I will start with a question that I'm going to ask, which is it sounds like there's some communication that needs to be happening with the town of Acton. And what is Edison's plan to engage in these conversations with them?
Yeah, well, I know we have a meeting actually scheduled sometime in the near term. I don't have the date handy, by the way. So for the Acton Town Council, our local public affairs person can give the date exactly when we are planning to be up there. I'm just checking to see if somebody's given me a quick update on when we're going to be in Acton. We're actually scheduled to be in Agua Dulce on March 11th, so that will be our next dialogue with them. I know we last met with Acton, I think, in November. So we have plans to be out there, and we will be out there to talk to that community. Again, I fully understand where Acton is. They were hit hard in the last wildfire season, and our intention is to make sure that we're out there again. So please, we will be there to talk to you and give you much more and many more details than you've gotten so far.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to work on generalizing some of the questions so that it can apply more broadly, because I think that would be of value. So Acton Town Council raises concerns that a lot of the recommendations that SCE is giving essentially don't work for rural communities, where there's relying on wells and that require electricity to work, and then cell phone towers that only have 12 hours of backup. And I recognize the utilities are not responsible for the backup generation of cell phone towers. How are you addressing the unique situations for rural communities for PSPS?
Yeah, our customer teams are out and will work with Acton specifically. We are very well aware of the well water issue. Things that we have addressed are bringing potable water either in trucks or what have you, depending on the particular situation. The council's point is absolutely correct and important. Every community is different, and we are addressing differences in each community with specific customer team engagements. So there will be a plan, and we'll be able to share that with Acton and how that would look for a community such as Acton. I think some of our messages, candidly, are also about encouraging community resiliency. We want to be part of that resiliency program, but we also feel we need to make sure we're communicating. There are many other situations that may ultimately result in a loss of power. Could be earthquake, could be something outside of a PSPS event. And so individual customer resiliency is important, That does not take away from the fact that we want to be a part of helping our customers address the resiliency needs, especially in rural communities. Greg, this has come up frequently in the areas, especially like Acton, that we've de-energized a number of times. We will be in those communities, and we'll be sharing more information and working with them on what a resiliency program looks like for those communities. We're addressing the water issue, though. We've got some plans and are ready to talk to them about that as well.
Okay. And I'll hand it over to you in a second, Wendy, but I'll say this. It sounds like there's some issues with helicopters and ground inspections and things like that. So what I'd like to do is these questions will be part of the recording, but I'd like to get them directly to you all and encourage you to work directly with the town of Acton. I'll also note that there's some comments in here that they're saying the actions are deviating from what is being said in the plan. So I'll encourage you to explore that, but also just to note that, of course, we are going to have our compliance on the other side. I'm stating this for the general, for the general public as part of the process of these plans is an evaluation of the actions of the utilities to the plans, and that is a function that's being built as we speak to measure compliance. So I would just encourage you to look more deeply into these issues with Acton.
Yeah, I would say we have plans to be out in Acton again, just to reiterate that for everyone here's benefit, as well as the town of Acton. We do intend to spend more time engaging with you and working through the plan. Just on the compliance program, we'll say we are also very focused on making sure we're compliant with our wildfire mitigation plan. We have internal mechanisms to set that up. It is something we feel is important. We take very, very seriously. So I appreciate the caution there, and we are fully on board with that.
Okay, thank you. And I'll make sure that I'll get these questions more. They're long. So
Thank you. Thank you.
Have them. Thanks.
Wendy Al-Maqdad, Senior Utilities Engineer at the Commission. I really want to follow up on the covered conductor program. From what I understood when you filed your RAMP in late 2018 and then your 2019 WMP, a lot of the data that was driving that program really was wired down data, and it wasn't isolated to, high fire threat time periods. It was generalized wired down data. From what I'm understanding, it looks like you've done more analysis on ignition data, but as far as I understand, that data wasn't even divided up into just ignition data during red flag warning days or during the high fire risk conditions. My concern is with from what I understood, and correct me if I'm wrong, when you filed your and I haven't looked at your WMP yet, but when you filed your recent Edison rate case, you did say you did more segment by segment analysis, but are you using that generalized wired down data and generalized ignition data when you're doing that? Because I was quite surprised, if I understood correctly, that after doing that analysis, you have expanded the covered conductor program like 3 times or more than what you had before. So my concern is, I thought doing the segment by segment analysis would reduce the scope and refine your program, and hopefully your RSCs, your risk band efficiencies, could reflect segment by segment, where it really is the most beneficial. But I was quite surprised to see the program so expanded, and especially I'm concerned because are you jumping the gun? Are you going to, so far ahead before really having the data that you need to do such a large capital project like that?
Yeah, let me try to address that, Wendy. So there's a sort of multi-dimensional aspect to your question. Maybe taking a step back. So when we initially filed this covered conductor plan, it was actually in GSRP. There is a specific work paper as part of our GSRP filing that has a very detailed analysis that laid out all the historical ignitions, specifically within high fire risk area 2015, 16, and 17. And when we filed the rate case, the general rate case, most recently the 2021 general rate case, we supplemented that with the 2018 data as well. And again, this is only data in high fire risk area associated with ignition. So based on those data, we've demonstrated that the majority of the ignitions are associated with contact on foreign object, which is why cover conductor is a key cornerstone of our program. I think this is a topic that we'd love to share with you additional details, but I can assure you the analysis is done very specific to high fire risk area exposure that we have. And then subsequently, we in our WMP, most recent WMP filing, we have additional data that supports that as well. If you look broadly across of our high fire risk area exposure, roughly say 9,800 circuit miles of distribution lines. So the 4,500 target, if you will, for this next 3-year time frame is, in our mind, not jumping the gun per se, but I think as with all program, we will continue to learn along. I'm sure as we reach towards the tail end of this 3-year period, we're going to be adjusting this. In fact, on an annual basis, we'll be adjusting this as we go. But what we file in the plan is what we know of as of today. This is our best effort, and we will continue to adjust as we have new data that supports us. It sounds like this may be also a good topic for us to dive in a little bit deeper at the next week's technical workshop as well.
And let me just follow up on the section by section analysis. Why did it the cover conductor mitigation program? Why weren't you able to find where you would be installing it by doing segment by segment analysis, risk analysis?
Well, again, I think this will be an effort that we will undertake to continues to evolve. When we initially filed GSRP, it was a very limited time frame, only covering the period late 2018, 19, and 2020. That was the sort of the bridging the gap between the GRC rate cases. What we now know is we need to address the broader risk across the whole area, and we have more time to take care of that. In terms of looking at specific segments, a great example of that is what we just been talking about is if we cover only the segment that has the highest risk, that still leave that circuit exposed to potential PSPS as a means of dealing with the wildfire risk. So holistically, we do need to look at across the board all the circuit miles that we have. But I'm sure we'll have additional dialogue and we can walk you through the thinking that we have in terms of how we're looking at the program that we have across the board.
Yeah, just to add, there's, and Bill covered this, but there are a couple other dimensions also to consider. A complete span by span could be incredibly inefficient to deploy. You would be doing one span and leaping around. So there is some optimization. You also had to factor into how you roll out the cover conductor to be efficient in the way you do it. The PSPS elimination is another piece of it, or reduction is another piece of it. I will say the big transition from the maybe more systematic or systemic to granular assessment shifted prioritization around the queue. I think we've always at least envisioned, we thought about cover conductor covering a large number of lines. But what the prioritization enables to do is generally hit the highest risk ones first. So if you think about the risk reduction over time, it's faster because we're hitting the higher risk areas as a consequence of that prioritization. But again, I think this is actually it's a very deep and rich topic, and it probably would benefit from a workshop Q&A because there's a lot that went into to the analysis and continues to go on as we refine, moving from REACTS to TechnoSilva and continue refining our risk assessment tools. Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing we've got a few minutes left. We've got 2 questions, and I've got one online. So,
Henry Burton with the Public Advocate's Office. Can you show your slide again with your maturity model self-assessment? You have that slide? Well, so my question was, when I was looking at that slide, it appears that by 2023, you expect to be meeting best practices in a number of areas, which is encouraging. But there are a couple of areas that you're expecting to be at a level 2, not at meeting best practices. And I was looking particularly at asset management and inspections and vegetation management and inspections. So there we have it. Can you talk about what the impediments are that might keep you from reaching a level 3 on those metrics?
Sure. And Bill and I could probably tag team this one. A couple of things go into the assessment. One is prioritization and resource allocation. As you look at the benefit from moving across a maturity scale, the benefit or gain from that isn't always significant. You end up with a sort of a risk-reward assessment. In some cases, and a couple that come to mind, the inspections is one of them, I believe the question that got you to the highest level of sophistication was, for example, automation in re-energization decisions and automation in relationship to a PSPS event, for example. If you think about it, we still very strongly view that ground forces looking with eyes on to make a judgment call are required. So again, I think more conversation needs to happen about the true benefit in some of these categories of taking the next level. Another one that got you to the highest level is in data management, a single database. We may not view that a single database for all of our information is productive, that you can achieve the same thing by multiple databases that are sufficiently interconnected, but the strict reading of the scoring to get to that next level one was a single database. So you almost have to look at each individual question and say, why wouldn't you get to that level? And it usually is either we don't see the impact to wildfire resiliency or safety by taking that step, or perhaps it is one where we think there needs to be further dialogue about, is that really a beneficial step to take at all?
Maybe just to add to Phil's note, I think that what you're seeing here on the chart really is the sort of the outcome of the very rigid, strict definition of how we were to respond to the set of questionnaires that came with the capability maturity model assessment. And we have expressed this and indicated in our filing. This is a great tool for us. We're definitely looking forward to working with the Wildfire Safety Division, and I know Boston Consulting Group had a role in shaping this. There is some opportunity of fine-tuning and adjusting the question, and also a dialogue and understanding whether or not these additional steps truly brings value in terms of overall risk reduction capability of the utility. So we're definitely looking forward to have those dialogue and feedback. But what you're seeing here is based on really just the strict definition of these assessments. So Phil gave an example. Unless you have one single database that houses all your data, you're not going to move beyond a certain level defined in the capability maturity model.
And by the way, one other is, this of course is a snapshot between now and beginning of 2023. So in some of them we may actually anticipate progress. It just takes more than a couple of years to take that next step. So I suspect that we map this out for a decade or so, you would see something looks a little bit different.
This is Melissa Semser from the Wildfire Safety Division. I want to jump in while this slide is up and provide some clarity on the maturity self-assessment. I want to make clear that the utilities were given a survey and they had to self-report based on the questions that they were given. And the team that is doing the evaluation internally will assess whether what was answered on the survey in combination with other aspects, are these the exact scales correctly? So what I'm trying to say here is that this is Edison's assessment, self-assessment of where you find yourself today. This is not the outcome of the evaluation that we're taking. So I just want to make sure that everyone's clear on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joseph Mitchell, MGRA. I'll ask a vegetation management question. You expressed some surprise that there was public pushback at the level that you were seeing on the expanded vegetation management program. What kind of, what level of refusals and pushback were you seeing? What fraction of the total vegetation management program was affected by that?
We'll have to follow up on whatever metrics we have. As you can imagine, in certain locations, there was more concern and interest, understandably, about removal of trees. We have generally addressed this with more customer outreach, more active engagement with the community, both from the government and the public standpoints. Again, in many cases, in the hazard tree program, for example, that had to do with working with our forestry partners and figuring out what's the right number to remove. The trimming program, as we move back clearances, is one area that we're continuing to ramp up our customer engagement. The hazard tree program, again, because it's a new program, I would not say surprised, but this is something as a new program to those communities we're engaging in. So in many ways, this was predictable. They had not seen this kind of tree removal for this purpose before. So I would say it's a case of, on our part, continuing education and working with our key stakeholders, which we will continue to intend to do. I do not have a metric for how much that impacted us. Again, generally speaking, hit us more in the hazard tree program because it was new and it was something those entities, the forest, had not seen yet before.
Thank you. Just have one final question from online. Does SC&E, excuse me, does SC&E address the impacts of SCE-caused wildfires? For example, soil erosion after a wildfire is a significant environmental and safety issue in SCE territory. How does the utility address this? I think that might be a better address actually at the workshop in terms of the more holistic approach to wildfire mitigation. I will tell you our focus in this and in all consequential issues related to that are on the prevention side. I mean, I think our focus is preventing ignition from occurring and using situation awareness tools to assist in the mitigation when there is an occurrence. So we're focused on the prevention side.
All right, so that finishes. Blake, are there any more questions? Okay, hearing none. So that wraps up Edison. Thank you very much, both of you, for presenting today. Before we jump to lunch, I want to tee up the conversation that's going to happen at the end of the day, which is a half hour where we'll discuss the workshops for next week. Sorry, I'm a little far from the microphone. Where we'll discuss the workshops for next week. And what I'd like to remind you all of is the topics that will be part of those workshops are vegetation management, grid hardening, PS protocols, risk spend efficiency, and emerging technologies. I'm going to solicit some feedback on the types of questions or broad categories or categories of information that we want to look at in each one of those categories. So just during lunch, if you'll be thinking about what types of questions you want to be delving into, that'll help us as we're putting this together, since we have a very short time frame to put it together in the next few days, to make sure that it's most valuable and useful for everyone here. And for folks online, you can be thinking about that, and we'll take information on the chat, or else we can take some emails at the end of the day. But so just be thinking about that. So we'll go ahead and head out to lunch, and we're back on at 1 o'clock. We'll be back here at 1. Thank you.
You'll go first. Perfect. And I think I told someone earlier that we'll have everybody. Well, but then I was thinking maybe. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to our workshop. Just briefly taking a glance at the agenda this afternoon, we will have presentations from Bear Valley Electric Service, Liberty Utilities, and Pacific Corp. And that will go from 1 to 2:30. We'll then take a 15-minute break and bring the three utilities back up for comments, questions, and Q&A together. That's from 2:45 to 3:30. And then finally, from 3:30 to 4, we'll have a discussion on next steps, which will include discussing the approach to our technical workshop next week. And so the way we'll do these presentations, it'll be presented in the order of the agenda with Bear Valley going first. So please.
Good afternoon. Judge Thomas and Director Semser and audience. Here from Bear Valley Electric, I'm Paul Marconi, the director, and just want to make a couple introductions. We have our Vice President of Regulatory Affairs, Keith Schweitzer, and Manager of Regulatory Affairs, Nguyen Quan, and Mark Stearns, our Operations and Planning Manager, and he'll talk about our programs. I'm just going to go through some of the background information. So some of the key takeaways, we filed our second wildfire mitigation plan building upon the first plan. Lessons learned there, and continuous improvement is a big part of what we do. The plan is designed to substantially mitigate risk. It's tailored to our community. And I think from the pictures, you can tell that we're heavily treed. Our entire area is in the high fire threat district. Our trees get covered with snow, and over the years, the branches get weak. They'll tend to break easier in high winds. And we're in a valley. Most of our residents are vacation residents. Our population's about 20,000 regular people up there, locals, and we swell to over 200,000 during the holiday periods. So it's a small area, service area, 32 square miles. Like I said, we're up above 7,000 feet, which, for those of you that are familiar with GO 95, has a lot of implications on the strengthening of our structures. So that's one thing that works well for us since we build to those standards or higher. Our jurisdictions are pretty limited. It's County of San Bernardino, City of Big Bear Lake, and the forestry, so we don't have a lot of folks to deal with. I personally have a meeting every month with city manager, fire chief, sheriff, all the general managers from the utilities, so it's a pretty close-knit community. One of the other things we're able to do in our community is we have what we call the Mountain Mutual Aid Association. And I'm actually the president of that association, and we talk about all these issues, including wildfire mitigation. So we're able to coordinate those things. I know there's other dedicated efforts in this process now that folks want to have for the wildfire mitigation, but we've been doing this and we've been talking to our communities for a long time. In fact, and I'll make this available later, but we recently are deploying an app where our first responders can just, when they're driving by, they can pick tree and then tree on fire in the lines, and they take a picture of it, and it goes right to our dispatch. It's that simple. So having that close coordination with our first responders is important to us. Now, I will say, while we're on that point, we haven't had an ignition okay? We haven't had an ignition since I've been there, since 2014. And looking through records and personnel interviews, I know of no ignitions that have happened in at least the last 10 to 15 years. So what we've been doing is hard. We often talk, we're a law of small numbers and how do we prove a negative. But I think vegetation management has been a key issue for us and an area that we've always focused on. And I would say that has delivered quite a bit. Another thing that has come up quite a bit in these discussions is the public safety power shutdowns. We have not done that. And I'll get to why in a couple of slides. I do want to go to this next slide. This slide was designed for me because I'm just a dumb nuclear chemical engineer. So I have to keep everything simple. Had a few too many ski accidents. But I operate in the sparks area, okay? That's what I want to do, is prevent sparks. That's what I have control of. I can do things from an engineering aspect, from an operational aspect, to stop the sparks. When we migrate into the fire phase, and God forbid we don't, but if we do, it's really the first responders. I can help them with some of my situational awareness, like the HD alert cameras, which, you know, folks are doing. I think all the utilities are pursuing that. So my job is to stop, not even to get there. Okay, and so that's the approach I take as we go through this plan. It's a lot more sophisticated when you get into the risk calculation and so forth, risk-spend ratios, but on a basic scale, it's that simple. So when we put together our plan, we look at, we're in the high fire threat district, mostly the tier 2. We do have some line of 34,000 volt line in the tier 3. One of the things, I think folks who developed this map understand that the map was designed into discrete, if you will, pixels or boxes, okay? And so our entire area is high fire threat district, but if you walk in the village of Big Bear Lake, there are no trees downtown, okay? If you go out towards Lake Baldwin over on the the eastern side of the lake, there may, you know, trees are few and sparse, you know, in that area, far between. So, you know, we prioritize all our circuits and our efforts in those heavily treed areas and higher risk areas, even within, so we don't take a whole, everything's high fire threat district, therefore we're going to, you know, apply the catastrophic, the big fire mitigation efforts to the entire area. We'll do it in a prioritized method. So risk-based decision-making framework, the small utilities have a method that was approved by the commission. We follow that method. We look at two primary risk events when we talk about wildfire mitigation. The first is utility-caused wildfire, and the second, just so you know, our power supply lines come up the mountain from Southern California Edison, and so the risk of Southern California Edison turning off our lines is big. In fact, last October, we had 2 lines off and 1 under consideration. That would have left us with no power. So that's a big concern to us. And so we're looking at that. We work with Southern California Edison on how to mitigate that issue. One of the things in public safety power shutdowns in that scenario in October last year. I think it was 18 degrees at night. So losing power is really not a great option for us. It's something that we would not, we want to avoid it. I mean, bottom line. We looked at the weather. Now, granted, if you go back in history, there's one weather station in Big Bear Lake that accurately recorded weather. We've deployed more weather stations of our own, so we're collecting data. But if you look at that weather from the National Weather Service, from that one weather station, in the last 6 years, there would have been 3 instances for maximum of 20 minutes where we might have considered PSPS. And why is that? Big Bear Lake, the high winds occur in the foothills of the mountains. We're at 7,000 feet. And they occur at the peaks. None of our facilities are on the peaks. They're all in the valley. And so you generally don't see those high winds at our structures. And so I really think in our service area, it's pretty low probability that we would do a PSPS. We have procedures in place. We train on it. We've talked to the community several times about it. But I think it's, right now, you stand a better chance of losing power from a vehicle hitting a pole in Big Bear Lake. Now, like I said, Southern California Edison may turn off power to their lines, which then it would have an impact on our entire community. So we work with Southern California Edison. There are other things we can do to mitigate that. One of them is, we're looking at projects like a big solar project with a battery, do some microgrid work, and so forth. Kind of the drivers are vegetation contact with bare wire, obviously, live wire down, and conventional fuse blowing. And I think Mark will talk more about what programs we have to mitigate that. Here's the part where I did a lot of math. So we do a risk-based prioritization. We follow the guidelines for small utility risk-based decision-making. We determine the risk reduction. I know this chart's an eyesore. I call it the bouncing ball chart. The little dots or the balls are the risk spend efficiency. And so right off the top, you can look at hiring. Weather consulting services has a pretty high risk spend ratio. Doesn't cost a lot to hire meteorologists. Get a lot of value from that. That's a no-brainer. Do that one right away. Some of these other ones, you really got to look closely and where's the big gain? Are there other alternatives? For example, undergrounding versus covered wire installation. There's a huge cost difference there. I think we're finding the cost per circuit mile of covered wire is somewhere in the order of $200,000 per mile. Undergrounding is, upwards of $3 million per mile, circuit mile. So that's a big issue. Now, on the flip side, you might say, well, Big Bear Lake has 3 evacuation routes. There's 3 ways in and out of the mountain. One of them could easily be blocked by a potential fire. So now you're down to 2. Maybe undergrounding is the right answer on those, in some of those critical streets instead of covered wire. So there are other factors that we have to consider in the risk mitigation. And we work closely with our partners at the city, the fire department, CAL FIRE, and the sheriff who's actually in charge of evacuating the town. So that's how we apply this. There's a whole bunch of projects on here. Obviously, we're not going to get to all of them, but this process allows us to prioritize and quantify to some level how we select the projects, why we're doing what we're doing. Okay, I'm going to turn it over now to Mark.
Good afternoon. As Paul said, I'm Mark Stern, the Operations and Planning Manager at Bear Valley Electric Service. As a means of taking the resulting risk analysis, prioritize programs and projects, and bidding them into functional areas that help us manage the individual efforts, we use these categories to ensure programs within each area are cohesive and well integrated. We've already completed some projects. We're continuing programs that began in 2019 and earlier, and are aggressively implementing new programs to mitigate wildfires. As Paul discussed, our prioritization is heavily informed by our risk-spend ratio analysis. I'd like to mention just a few examples of programs that we assess add tremendous value to our wildfire mitigation efforts. We had over 3,200 conventional fuses in our system. We've already replaced over 700 with either expulsion limiting fuses or trip saver electronic fuses. We're on track with our plan to complete replacing all of the conventional fuses by the end of this next year. The combination of ELF and trip savers enhances wildfire mitigation. Trip savers can be used to sectionalize branch lines and circuits, which can mitigate outages and impact of PSPS events. We have an aggressive pole loading assessment and remediation and tree attachment removal program that is on pace to assess over 8,000 poles and ensure that they meet GO 95 standards. We're evaluating approximately 2,000 poles a year and will expect to complete this 5-year program in 2022. Similarly, we're removing the just over 1,000 tree attachments in our service area and have completed almost 300 to date and are on pace to complete this by 2022 as well. As a final example, we are nearly done with a pilot program for covered wire or covered conductor, and we have a plan to replace all bare conductor with covered. As an example of our operational practices aimed at preventing wildfires, this chart shows how we align our system based on the daily National Fire Danger Rating System forecast, as well as looking at our own array of local weather stations and other national weather sources, which are integrated by our contracted meteorologists to give us the information we need to allow us to make the best operational decisions that mitigate the risk of wildfire while minimizing the impact on reliability. As discussed previously, we have an operational plan to methodically and thoughtfully approach PSPS. However, the local conditions in our specific valley, as Paul discussed, make our initiating PSPS events ourselves very unlikely. That said, other than a relatively small peaking power plant, we source the majority of our electric power from SCE, and we are therefore vulnerable to PSPS decisions that could affect their supply lines to us. On multiple occasions during the most recent fire season, several of our SCE supplied lines were de-energized by SCE for PSPS. We were down to just one line, and if they would have shut off that last line, our entire service area would have been subject to rolling blackouts. Again, as Paul discussed, our service area is within a mountain forest, and we fully appreciate the implications for how particularly important it is for us to avoid anything that could cause an ignition. We have an aggressive vegetation management program that is fully compliant with GO 95 standards, plus additional factors to account for snow, wind, and heavy ice typical of our local environment. We also use senior leadership at Bear Valley Electric to routinely check that it's being done right. BVS focuses on ensuring that we are well prepared for responding to an emergency. Those efforts were tested during a severe winter storm last year. While not a wildfire, it was a good opportunity to actually test our team's response as well as external partners, such as contractors and mutual aid participants. While there were lessons learned that we have used in making our planning and preparations even better, overall, it validated our ability to respond to an emergency. Additionally, being a small town, we enjoy a particularly strong relationship with our first responders and the public. They're literally our neighbors. and that helps ensure our emergency response is cohesive with buy-in and meaningful participation from the community. BVS identified a robust list of metrics to track in our 2019 wildfire mitigation plan. We use the results of those metrics to inform our 2020 plan, and we'll incorporate some of those as 2020 program targets and be ready to track progress and outcome metrics as well. That said, the amount of metrics will pose a heavy load on our relatively small staff. Being a somewhat isolated mountain community with limited evacuation routes, we recognize the importance of hardening our infrastructure along these routes. We plan to conduct a pilot program this year to determine the best combination of options to ensure that these routes do not get blocked during an evacuation of the local community for any reason. I'll now turn it back over to Paul.
So the key takeaways are we've developed a plan that we think is compliant. It builds upon our last plan. It's tailored to our community, and it provides for emergency response and restoration in any wildfire, not just a utility-caused one. And we'll continue to build from this plan. So I think we're going to take questions at the end, right?
All right. Thank you. At this time, if we could have Liberty go on.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Elliot Jones. I'm the Senior Manager of Wildfire Prevention for Liberty Utilities, and we're located in the Lake Tahoe Basin, California side of the Lake Tahoe Basin, and some of the surrounding areas outside of that. Wanted to start off with a high-level description of where we're going with our plan for 2020 and 2022. We're intending to invest $40 million in capital improvements and enhancements to mitigate wildfire, and most of those are devoted to grid design and system hardening measures. And then also we have quite a few other things that are going into that. And then we also have about $6 million in expenditures for some O&M work that we're also planning to invest for wildfire mitigation efforts. Didn't show up very good on that screen over there, but this is just a quick high-level view of our service territory. So Liberty Utilities customer base is about 80% of our customers are in the Lake Tahoe Basin. And outside of that, we have a couple of small communities that we serve just to the north and to the south of our territory. We have about 49,000 customers, and we have a bit of a unique service territory, pretty similar to Bear Valley's as far as its mountainous terrain. The elevation of Lake Tahoe is about 6,200 feet, and so we do get quite a bit of snow in the wintertime, and that can create some challenges for implementing a lot of the work that we've proposed for a wildfire mitigation plan. So a lot of the work we do has to be done, during fire season or in the summertime in order to actually get those implemented. So we do our best to balance those things that can continue throughout the year, like fuse replacements and a few other overhead type of projects, but most of our covered conductor and other types of grid hardening work is done predominantly in the summertime. Once we, if we're replacing poles or something like that, we'll definitely need there to be much less snow on the ground. So that tight window can present some challenges. So I'm going to dive into some of the categories that are in our wildfire mitigation plan, and starting with situational awareness and some of the things that we're doing there. So last year in 2019, we developed kind of a weather monitoring and forecasting system to aid with decision making for our PSPS events, where we were able to establish our thresholds and utilize the 10 weather stations that we installed in our service territory, as well as the other network of weather stations that are already existing. This year, we're developing a fire potential index that is similar to what San Diego Gas and Electric has developed for their operational and PSPS decision making as well. So what we did in 2019 with our fire prevention plan was design our operational practices in that plan around the fire potential index, similar to what we've seen with some of our other utilities here in California. So with normal operating days, there's pretty much limited to no restrictions on what you can do. And then you can get into elevated and extreme, where depending on the conditions, you may be very limited to the type of work activities that you're able to perform, or in some cases, no work at all, and even some proactive patrols that are triggered based on certain conditions. So that is expected to be developed prior to fire season here within the next couple of months, so that we can implement those operational practices for this coming fire season. Additionally, we're planning to expand on our weather station program that we have. So like I mentioned earlier, we have 10 weather stations that were installed last year, and we're planning on doing 20 more this year and up to another 20 the following year. And if you're looking at the map here, you can see sort of all the different colored polygons there. And what we've done with those is we call them PSPS zones, and those colors represent those zones, which are created based on the location of sectionalizing devices or isolation points. And we have 46 of those zones that we've created. And so the idea is, as we add weather stations, we want to have more coverage within each one of those zones, so that there's more granularity with our forecasting abilities. The other thing we're going to be doing with these new weather stations is adding soil moisture sensors, so that we can have a better idea of what's going on under the ground as well, and also get some look into what the fuel moisture is doing as well. Couple of the other things we're doing for situational awareness is looking into distribution fault anticipation. This is a process that measures low amplitude wavelength signatures that can help to detect incipient failure, I guess you would call it, in the power line or along your power line. So you can find these precursor events that may lead to remediation before, for example, there's equipment failure like a hot tap clamp, or even something like a wire down. So we're looking to pilot 10 circuits for that in 2021 as we move towards that technology and learn more about it. The other thing we're doing is which is new this year, is the Alert Wildfire Camera Network. We're in the process of developing our partnership with Alert Wildfire. I'm sure most of you know that Alert Wildfire originally started as Alert Tahoe, and so there's some pretty good coverage in the Lake Tahoe basin with this camera network. And so those cameras have been there for a long time, and there may be some opportunity to expand the network in the Tahoe basin, but we hadn't come to the table and created that partnership yet. So that's going to be very beneficial. We're really looking forward to being able to control cameras, work with local fire agencies to figure out ways in which we can partner or have better coverage visually within the Tahoe Basin. All right, another category here is enhanced overhead line and inspections and maintenance, and some work that we're doing in substations as well. So a really big thing we're doing this year is a full system asset inventory as well as asset inspections. So there's kind of two parts to this survey or inspection that we're doing. One is we've looked and learned over time with all of the new wildfire mitigation metrics and data that needs to be collected. And we've just realized that our GIS, though, is fairly functional as it was. It's missing a lot of information that could really benefit wildfire mitigation, and our look into what's on our system and exactly where all of those things are. So with that inspection or survey, we intend to go to every single pole, inspect the equipment for any issues that it may have, but also to collect that data and inventory it, and then update our GIS system. So just an example would be once this survey is complete and the information's been loaded into our GIS, we should be able to tell how many hot tap clamps we have on our system, what type of connections, where are the lightning arresters, all things that we don't currently have in our GIS system. So I think that'll be really good looking out into the future for new programs that we may want to develop and target, and then also to be able to understand where we have hardware that would be non-exempt by CAL FIRE standards, or even better, so where we have all the exempt hardware or exempt poles. So that's what we intend to do and use that inventory for. And then as part of that, since we're going to be visiting every single pole in our service territory, we're going to leverage that for an enhanced inspection. So we'll essentially do a detailed GO 165 inspection within 1 year across our entire service territory. So we know that being that it's generally a longer cycle that you would inspect the lines, we're going to be doing that within a year, and also following up with the repairs needed within the given time frame of GO 165 inspections. Another thing we are planning on doing is a LiDAR pilot program. We have, believe it or not, never done a LiDAR project in Liberty Utilities Service Territory. So we're looking forward to exploring all of the use cases, whether it be vegetation management or system or asset inspections, and over the coming years work towards multiple projects that we can leverage that data and technology to improve our processes. And then another big one that we're doing is expanding on our quality control and quality assurance programs. Our vegetation management program currently investigates the work quality of our contractors, both for those that are marking trees and also for the the tree crew who is cutting the trees. But we really want to get a more formal process behind that, performed by third-party contractors that can provide more data to share with, within our plan, and also to see if we can find any additional trends as it pertains to the quality of work that's being performed for vegetation management. We're also exploring the use of drones. Again, something that is being widely used by utilities, but not something that Liberty Utilities has really had an opportunity to explore in great detail. And so we've already actually performed a small pilot program on one of our transmission lines to just do some asset inspections, to fly the line and look at the poles and the hardware. And so we're very excited to get the results of that back. We don't have that back yet, but those are the types of things we want to be exploring so that we can gauge the level of effectiveness and the efficiency that may come with using that type of technology, and even understanding where the challenges or constraints are. Okay, grid design and system hardening, a lot of very similar activities in here as compared to our 2019 plan. These are mostly existing programs where we are either continuing as is with these programs, or we've elected to increase the pace and scale. So our covered conductor program is one of those areas in which we started out with a pretty minimal number of overhead miles, and we're just trying to expand upon that to get some of the more high-risk areas covered as quickly as we can. So we're looking at, in 2020, about 10 miles of line versus about 2 last year. So just trying to start with those really high-risk areas first, and moving on out as time goes by. And one thing that is very helpful with this multiple year strategy is being that we are such a seasonal company when it comes to being able to implement these projects. It's really nice to get as many of them planned as possible, to have these projects shovel ready by the springtime, where environmental permitting especially can be a major constraint for us in the Tahoe Basin. So the wire upgrade program is one that is actually a new idea based on utilizing the asset survey that we're going to be performing. So one of the concerns that we've had is old gray wire, which is a secondary insulated wire that's very susceptible to UV light and cracking. So that's something we are actively replacing as we find it, but it will be very helpful to know exactly where all this wire is and how long it's going to take and where it is. So just an example of how we'll use that asset survey. And then the same thing with open wire secondary. That's another wire type that we'll be inventorying and working towards replacing once we know exactly where all of that is. We are gonna be continuing with our tree attachment removal program. This again is something we're going to have an actual detailed inventory of where all of our tree attachments are. When we went into this in 2019, it was a very rough estimate. We didn't have every tree service mapped, and we won't until we get the results of our survey back. But that's going to be very helpful to know where all of it is, for one, and just the magnitude of whether it's thousands, hundreds. We estimated that it was 6,000 last year, and if that's the case, that's a lot of tree attachments, and we'll want to take that into account when deciding the value of that program. when you're looking at risk spend efficiency, is replacing every one of those tree services one of the better mitigation measures you can do, or are there other things that we should be evaluating? So at this point, we've decided to keep the same pace as last year until we have more information from the results of that system survey. Expulsion fuse replacements, we've been hearing about that from all of our other utilities. Liberty Utilities is doing the same thing. This year, we've decided to increase the scale of that project. I believe we were at a 9-year program last year, and we want to accelerate that so that we have all of our conventional fuses replaced in 6 years. So, and then we have some substation hardening activities where we're replacing oil circuit breakers with gas or vacuum breakers, and also trying to replace some old timber framed structures that support equipment within our substations. Grid operations and PSPS mitigation. I talked a little bit about the weather stations and our PSPS zones and some of the ways in which we're utilizing those to work towards our decision making for PSPS events. But we also have some other things going on with distribution automation control, and then increasing the amount of switches or reclosers that are able to be controlled remotely, so that we have more ability to quickly turn off or disable reclosers when needed. And we do that as a operational practice in fire season. We disable our reclosers so that it would be a one shot to lock out. So vegetation management, we really feel, is one of the better investments that we could be making for wildfire mitigation. And our plan over the last 8 or 9 years since Liberty Utilities has been in this service territory has been pretty aggressive with just our routine tree maintenance activities. We've been very aggressive on removals. In fact, about 50% of every tree that gets marked is being removed historically through our routine program. And so we've now realized that there's opportunities to expand on these processes. So one thing that we have proposed for this year is Tier 3 inspections. Liberty Utilities has about 50 miles of overhead line in Tier 3. So we intend to inspect those on an annual basis versus a 3-year inspection cycle, which is what we're on for our routine maintenance program. So we want to make sure we're visiting all of those trees in the Tier 3 areas annually and remediating any clearance issues or any new hazards with trees that may have the potential to strike the lines. Another program which was introduced last year in 2019's WMP is the Forest Resilience Corridor Project. And this has been a pretty big effort that we've made with mainly the Forest Service in the Tahoe Basin, but also other agency partners like the California Tahoe Conservancy. CAL FIRE has been involved. The Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, so some other land managers as well are interested in this concept of an increased scope near power line corridors that run through the unbuilt environments, but they may border towns or communities or neighborhoods even. So we're looking to, you can sort of see on the board here, there's a couple of different zones. There's 3 zones that we have, and zone 1 is the right-of-way, essentially 15 feet on either side of the right-of-way. We're proposing, enhanced clearances, in certain circumstances, mastication under the lines or removal of understory vegetation up to 18 inches in height. And then the zone 2 it goes about 175 feet on either side of the lines, and that's essentially trees in the zone where there's strike or fall-in potential. And so we'll have a fairly aggressive look at trees with defects of any kind that may be able to fail into the lines in there. And then this is zone 3, and part of zone 2 is where the partnership comes into play. There's our agency partners who are working with us on this concept would like to take over some management in the zone 3 area, which is sort of outside of the utilities jurisdiction. Obviously, we're not out there removing trees in that zone 3 area, which goes up to 1,000 feet away from the lines. There's no trees that far out that can strike the lines. However, our partners at the Forest Service would like to leverage our current operations within our zone 1 and zone 2 with some increased practices that they would sort of take over to have, well, for one, a healthier forest, and then 2, shaded fuel break for the power lines. And so that's kind of where this forest resiliency corridor concept came from. And we're hoping this year is going to be the first year we're able to successfully implement one of those projects on our 60 kV 625 line that runs through a pretty remote area of our service territory. And then the other big program that we're looking to implement is our fuel reduction and wood management program. We've just realized the need for enhanced removal of fuel or additional removal of fuel from our activities. As I mentioned earlier, when you have about 50% of the trees that you're taking down being removed, there's a lot of, our current practices are that we would chip and haul brush and branches away, and the logs or the bowl material stays behind. So in some cases, a lot of wood and fuel can be left right near our power lines or on private property where homeowners are left to deal with this wood. So we're looking to partner with our local land management agencies to sort of develop this subject matter expert working group to look at laws and regulations, look at CAL FIRE's defensible space guidelines, and to try to develop a scope of work that will reduce fire risk for one, but also benefit the community and the environment around it, so that our activities can be beneficial to everyone in our service territory. And so that's one thing that we're actually working on right now and working towards developing out that scope so that we can move forward with that program. I think that is all I had on my presentation, but happy to take some more questions at the end here after our friends at PacifiCorp have a chance to present.
Okay, thank you, and we'll set up now for PacifiCorp. And this will be our final presentation. We'll take a break and then go and have the Q&A following the break.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Lucas. I'm the Vice President, Transmission Distribution Operations for Pacific Power. With me today is Heidi Caswell. Heidi is our Director of Asset Performance and Wildfire Mitigation at Pacific Power. A number of the topics you will hear us present on today for Pacific Corp or on behalf of Pacific Corp will be very similar to what you all have heard through all of yesterday and then through earlier tomorrow, either presented by SDG&E, SCE, or PG&E. And as we move through this, we only have approximately 30 minutes, so I'll transition. I'll cover the first two bullets, review of Pacific Corp service territory in Northern California, the key objectives of our plans. I'll turn it over to Heidi at that point to review the accomplishments in 2019, what the 2020 plan elements for Pacific Corp include, a few of the templates, a high-level review of the PSPS process for Pacific Power, a conclusion, and then we'll both remain up here and be available for Q&A at that point. So for those of you not familiar with Pacific Corp service territory, we have approximately 45,000 customers in Northern California, 63 substations, approximately 3,000 overhead transmission distribution miles in the northern portion of the state. As you can see on the slide, and depicted, the colors didn't, I guess they did on this slide, but as depicted by the purple and the, what is supposed to be a red color, are the Tier 2, Tier 3 areas of our service territory. Of special note on this slide, when you look at the 11,000 square miles in Northern California, approximately 50% of our service territory is within the high fire threat district. And that's where when you start looking at, or if you review our plan and look at the areas in which we're going to focus mitigation efforts on, we're going to be focusing on the Tier 3, Tier 2 areas with the asset hardening, the vegetation management, situational awareness, the other key elements of the plans that have been discussed over the last 2 days. The key objectives of Pacific Corp's plan, not unlike what, again, you have already heard today, is a greater, more resilient system that's more resistant to faults and creates actually a fewer number of faults. And like the other presentations that you've seen, it's going to revolve around asset hardening, inspect and correct programs, and vegetation management. Similar to some of the statistics you've heard earlier today, when you look at ignition sources on the Pacific Corp system, the Pacific Power system, it's roughly 80% that's from third-party contact, vegetation, and or system or equipment failure. So similar challenges that have been expressed earlier. And so it's not unexpected that when you look at some of our hardening efforts, they're going to follow in close suit or very similar in nature to how some of the other utilities are intending to try to mitigate that risk. In addition to try to minimizing the number of faults that occur on the system, we're also going to be focusing on rapid fault response. We're installing a number of locations, and Heidi will walk through this in more detail as she gets more in depth in the presentation. But we're upgrading and replacing a number of legacy relays or protective devices on the system to provide more advanced protection and control strategies so that when a fault does occur, it is cleared quicker, thereby lowering the likelihood or risk of an ignition and ultimately the result of a wildfire. Similarly, we're installing a number of upgrades on our system to provide greater remote operational control of the system, again, to provide better protection. And then thirdly, a key component is situational awareness. And again, you'll hear similar key elements on the Pacific Power, Pacific Corp plan around either installations of cameras, weather stations, and then how we've been reaching out to the communities in which we serve to better coordinate and have a better response collectively to the overall threat of wildfire. And so with that, I will turn it over to Heidi and let Heidi move to the first bullet of the 2019 accomplishments of the Wildfire Mitigation Plan.
Good afternoon. So as David indicated, there are a lot of elements in our plan that sound like, you know, same kind of chorus as you've heard previously. This actually is a representation that was used in an update to the September progress report, and we've just updated it to the year end for 2019. So within the slide, what you see are the focus on asset hardening, situational awareness, operational response, veg management, and PSPS. And based on the color, it's really identifying the progress for that particular component. The purple ones identify that it was completed. The turquoisey or bluish kind of color, depending on which screen you're looking at, indicates that it's ahead of plan Green says we're on track, and red shows that it's off track. And I am specifically going to draw your attention to that red piece down there where it's focused on the reconductoring. One piece of it is spacer cable or coated conductor, covered conductor, excuse me, construction, as well as then strategic replacement of the smaller diameter or smaller ampacity conductors. Those were areas where, as we were working through 2019, very similar to what you heard this morning from Mr. Harrington, resource issues, whether it was on the supply stream or on the construction section, were challenges for us. So we're slightly behind schedule on that particular original plan and are looking to catch it up here in 2019. We're glad on certain of the program areas to be saying that we are ahead of schedule. So we have instituted certain activities around some of the situational awareness areas, some focus on some of the technology, and trying to really put a bit more sophistication into the legacy processes that we have, and those were completed through 2019. So using a slide deck kind of caught me on that upper right corner, or the upper right column, so my apologies. That actually should say long-term, within the next 3 years instead of 5. But this slide is trying to then identify for 2020 what the plan is. And what we attempted to do, because 2019 really did lay a lot of good foundation, was to evolve 2019 experience with the information that was part of the 2020 template that helped to guide the plan development and submittal. So it's got kind of a little bit of integration of those two particular pieces. On the left side, you would see what our strategy is, and so it's again back to grid design and system hardening, asset management and inspect correct programs, asset hardening, and then there will be more on the subsequent ones. And the time horizons that we're looking at to try to be very precise about what we're going to deliver are immediate before the next fire season, then the near-term piece, and then the long-term, and that's over that next 3 years. That's consistent with the recent direction around kind of the window that we're supposed to be analyzing against. In grid design and system hardening, I mentioned that we've done certain activities such as the scoping of our reconductoring. So we have done one of the elements of, I apologize, one of the elements that was identified in the approval document was for us to actually establish a program management office and put together some specific tracking elements around that. And that is that first bullet where there's been tracking methods have been created or are being created and will be continuous through the life cycle. We've developed prioritization mechanisms for what's going to go first. When David spoke, he talked about the fact that we're really targeted toward the area that is Tier 3 or electrically connected to Tier 3, while we have an awful lot that's in the facilities in the overall high fire threat district within our service area. So those prioritization elements were a part of, that was part of the prioritization process that we have. We have been very focused on continuing to roll out some of that advanced technology within our system, including the installation of electronic relays, reclosers, and the control devices for all of them, and trying to make sure that then they put us in a good position to be as surgical with our response to any kind of fault events and with our reactions during the environmental changes that can happen so that we don't have a one-size-fits-all regardless of the time of year and the amount of exposure. Later on, I'll show you this. The fire season is a very precise time, or is a very specific kind of time of the year. You saw a lot of the snow in Bear Valley and Liberty's graphics. We also experience substantially different summer weather than we do winter weather, and so we needed to make sure that we account for that with some of our settings processes. So both on the transmission and distribution side, and then along the distribution lines, we're in kind of the final phases of reconfiguring the equipment that responds to fault events. The near term, and that's over the longer period, so with next annual plan, is really focused around completing some of that work, and then long term, of course, is to materially finish the entire risk area for the WMP. We also then have asset management and inspections, very focused then on looking at our equipment, being very targeted toward what we see there, reacting rapidly when we observe the conditions that might be indicators of a future fault event, and repairing them. We have been doing some dabbling in the whole application of LIDAR for vegetation management, structural modeling, and then also equipment observations, or trying to determine whether there are indicators that help us understand that equipment is in maybe not the kind of condition we want it to be. And we'll continue to roll that out over the longer term, in addition to the other inspection elements that we have. So things like infrared, corona, and then foot versus aerial patrol inspections. Let's see. In the area of situational awareness, we installed 10 weather stations last year. That appears to be a pretty popular number for us smalls, maybe. And we intend to calibrate them and then install an additional 10 this year. So what we were really focused on in our placement last year was to be able to provide information that would help us understand the kind of granularity to support any kind of PSPS actions. And in this year, we want to maybe create a little bit more density, but then also extend the reach outside the PSPS concern areas. So it is concentrated there, but it's also kind of filtering outward. We also have been focused on trying to develop a probabilistic fault energy analysis. So this is trying to use our electrical models to identify when a fault event would occur, and then we create different probabilities around those fault events. What devices will operate with what kind of precision to know where in the network we might need to make some changes. And that really then is complemented by some of the small diameter reconductoring, as well as then the use of non-expulsion fuses. So it's kind of all goes together in some kind of fuse coordination activity, probabilistic fuse coordination activity. We've done that on a trial basis, and will be doing throughout the PSPS circuits, and then throughout the high fire threat district over the long period. From a grid operations and protocols perspective, we are focused on, of course, modifying our operational routines in a manner that is aligned with the risk that exists out there. So being very understanding of some of the risk parameters and changing our recloser settings, as an example, or the patrolling process, those sorts of actions to ensure that we're doing the right thing at the right time. We've also been employing, or we've been piloting the use of high impedance fault detection on some of the new substation relays that we've installed, and are developing a plan to try to determine at what point in time you actually need to operate a specific way differently because of what might be a false positive from a high impedance fault relay. So then we continue to, with grid operations and protocols, continue to build upon that over the longer term. And it is, really bolstering how we use any kind of information that those relays provide us, and then continuing to review our operating procedures and refine them as appropriate. So this is the third and final section of the WMP, 2020 WMP. And in this particular piece, we're focused on stakeholder cooperation and community engagement, veg management, and asset hardening. And in stakeholder and community engagement, it's been an important part of the conversation that's been taking place in our service territory over the last year and a half regarding, the means by which we need to operate through the risk period. It's clear that continuing and expanding that conversation is important for us and our customers, and that is basically persistent across the period. In the area of veg management, we've been focused on expanding our program, being there more regularly. So we have historically had what would be called a 2x4 cycle, that we now have interim inspections for vegetation clearances to ensure that in the area that's at risk for the fire, the Tier 3 and Tier 2 HFTD area, that we've observed that we have clearances going into fire season, and then continued collaboration with the forestry professionals to ensure that any kind of observed issues are resolved quickly. We're continuing to try to understand how to use data to do a better job of focusing our vegetation management efforts. So that's whether it's using LIDAR to understand areas where there is a grow-in or fall-in risk, or using some of the data that is available to try and target specific parts of our service territory. That's significant. We have typically we have extremely long circuits, and they are not all, one span is not the same as the other span. We need to be mindful of that. Let's see, we're unfolding a fair amount of technology in the area of veg management, supporting the movement away from a kind of a mainframe paper-based system toward more tablet-based app kind of support, so that quick access to the information that the foresters or any of their contractors discover can be kind of brought in and responded to. And then in the area of asset hardening, Paul addressed a bit the risk-based process that the small utilities work through. We're continuing to try to understand with our SMAP process and the risk focus how to best deploy dollars, knowing that it is that some risk-based systems can be extremely time intensive, and with only 45,000 customers and a fairly small equipment footprint, can't always deliver great data about specific events that you calculate then as some kind of future risk probability, I guess. So those are the pieces that are part of our 2020 plan. And I wanted to step back and talk a little bit, maybe this should have gone first, but I wanted to talk a little bit about what was behind that. So this is kind of the risk rubric, if you will, that we attempt to use. And it's What we're really focused on is that little overlap in the center. So the wildfire mitigation plan is really looking at when you have an electric fault event and it happens to coincide with a fire risk period, it becomes an ignition that can be a problem. Paul saw it as a triangle. I see it as a Venn diagram, and they're both right. That's my position. On the right side, you can see what we're really focused on in terms of the fault events, and these are those outages. So it's things like utility causes where the fault event on our equipment creates an arc, or where conductors might hit together and clash. It results in something with high temperature and ignites nearby fuel. And of course, the fire risk period is important in our service territory. The smallest chart down in the lower right is actually showing you, if you look at fires that have burned, and this is using the CAL FIRE database, if you look at the day of the year on which they occur, they basically, for our service territory, happen just after June through early October. And after that, before that and after that, there are essentially no acres that are burned, if you will, in the history. So that was important for us because we may have high wind, but typically for us, high wind doesn't coincide with dry. It coincides with either snow or rain. And if we were not mindful of that, we would end up spending our customers' money investing in harder assets that don't deliver better performance through wildfire periods. So the goal is of this over the long term is that with our WMP investments, you will end up seeing that that little overlap become smaller and smaller because the fault events will reduce. So that's the bubble that we're really shrinking there, is the reduction in faults or the reduction in the duration of a fault. With the template that was part of our kind of guiding document behind the 2020 WMP, it was important for us to take our outage data and to try to refactor it in a way that made sense with the requested data set. And there was a focus on classifying outages that were considered ignition probability drivers. So what we had to do, and this is just a gory map to help you understand, if you want to work through it later and test our logic, feel free to do so. But it really was to try and say that when we look at a fault event or an outage, it's really around the operational response associated with that. There are industry standards around how you capture some of that information. There are certainly then internal policies that identify how you categorize or what additional information is provided. But all of that together was connected to try and help us understand whether you would call something a normal operation or some kind of contact or some kind of contamination. So those nuggets that exist in that fault record were distilled into those buckets to try and help then establish that ignition probability driver data set that was part of that submittal. And then where it gets to is in these graphics. And earlier, David mentioned that just like SoCal Edison's discussion this morning, about 80% of our faults are associated with either contact of some sort or some kind of equipment failure. And that equipment failure can be because it was damaged by a tree, or it could be because it reached its end of life. And the upper left graph categorizes the outages during fire season into those ignition probability drivers. If you then look at the right graph, it actually takes then that contact piece and looks at what the type of contact was. So contact from object that becomes animal, balloon, other, unknown, vegetation, or vehicle. And so we can start to look at, what happened in which years and what's kind of the normal. Is there a normal? And then if you take the equipment facility failure column or bar and then drop down to the lower graph, that explores what the specific components are that fail after, whether it's end of life or some kind of catastrophic event that piece of equipment failed or equipment experienced. and it causes it. So going through the template helped us look at data a little bit differently, and it will be part of what we continue to massage as we start to really focus then on some of the data quality or the data management aspects that were part of the targets of data governance. Last, I wanted to talk a little bit about the public safety power shutoff plan that we had. This is really similar to last year, but we have spent some time through 2019 trying to make sure that we're a public safety power shutoff to be executed, that we would be maybe more surgical, that we would have opportunity to be more surgical, and that we would have data to support making the right decision. So again, back to the weather stations, the installation of key components for switching and those kinds of operations, and then the coordination with the community so that the emergency responders or public safety partners and the customers would be mindful of those programs. We did public meetings we did open houses in both of the kind of target areas for us, and we also have had several conversations with the public safety partners over the time period to try to make sure that if any kind of PSPS event were to occur, that we would be we'd have coordination between us. We have event triggers that we use, and so this chart actually shows you the 5 different areas. So in that bigger bubble around Mount Shasta, we break it up into 4 sub areas. And then the piece that the large geography but small number of customers up near Happy Camp stands alone. So these 5 areas have in total about 10,000 customers that would be affected. So it's just under 20% or just over 20% of our customer base. And we've identified for us, it's a wind gust or a sustained wind speed in combination with a base level of dryness that's something called KBDI, Keach Byram Drought Index, in combination with a Fosberg Fire Weather Index that is accrued over a 6-hour period. Those would push us into thinking about PSPS, and then we'd start the dialogue with our public safety partners to understand any kind of consequences that need to be an important part of the decision process. So in summary, we've made a lot of improvements through 2019 with our WMP. It has been a journey. It does feel like it's, 2020 is largely a setting on that foundation that was established in 2019. We believe that we've heard stakeholder feedback, whether it was in the conversation and the approval document or from customers subsequent to that. And we value that input, and we're looking forward to continuing to evolve the plan as we go forward.
All right, thank you. So we'll take a 15-minute break, coming back at 2:35. Got it. So I am, but no, it's good. I'll put the agenda up there at the very least. I figure that's a good hold. Where is it? No, but one of the presenters did try closing the laptop thing. Okay, welcome back. Our next part of our agenda today will be the Q&A for Bear Valley Electric, Liberty Utilities, and Pacific Core. I've got a few questions that have come in online, which I can start with. And of course, we know that drill, please queue up at the microphone if you have questions. Okay, so the first question is for Bear Valley about their use of risk spend efficiency scores to prioritize mitigations to contain costs. Please expand on it. Specifically, did Bear Valley not include certain mitigations in their WMP because they had low RSEs? How did Bear Valley determine the total budget to constrain mitigation section based in part on risk spend efficiencies?
There we go, that's on. Yes, we did consider alternate mitigation. So in some cases, to achieve the same objective, there are multiple different projects you could do. And there are some that are more efficient on the risk spend efficiency. But an obvious example is covered wire versus undergrounding. Another one, we have a program where we do a condition-based assessment of a pole, and then we remediate that pole. You could also replace a certain number of poles based on age and budget per year. We found that to be a very inefficient way of mitigating the risk. I think a condition base actually gives you a better bang for the buck, and it addresses those more urgent conditions. Determining the whole budget, we understand, we understand our revenue requirement, bottom line, and so we obviously have to work within those constraints. But we don't, obviously, we make sure we address those things. There are safety issues, and if we have to, make changes to that, we would use the appropriate regulatory process to make those changes.
All right, thank you. Wendy, if you have a... Go ahead.
Actually, I have a comment and then a separate question. My comment was exactly about that. I actually appreciate that. I was surprised that it wasn't until Bear Valley's presentation that we saw a chart of all the risk spend efficiencies for each measure. And I hope next week we could actually have similar charts from all of the utilities. And ideally, they would have for each utility and all the measures, rows that had their RSC, the sort of percentage of spend as based on some, whatever is the relevant metric for that measure, and perhaps and some other percentage of total budget on that measure, et cetera, and to determine whether there are anomalies, and so we could actually discuss how different utilities are approaching different mitigation measures, and whether there are differences that are related to their territories, or whether it's just a different decision that is made about the value of particular mitigation measures. So that's my comment. My question is, I think I didn't see, all the numbers for all of the small multi-jurisdictional utilities on ignition causes, and I think I heard some comments that were similar to the large IOUs in terms of ignitions being caused by vegetation, but then I'm not sure, and I'm wondering if the utilities could just briefly reflect on what are the major drivers of ignitions in your territories, and are they any different than what's been presented previously?
So for Bear Valley, I'll just go real quick on that one. We haven't had any ignition, so I'm law of small numbers. So I do look to other utilities with similar terrains, and we try to use their data, their experience to determine what those drivers are. But yes, that's where we're at on that. Yes, sir.
Can you go to the microphone because the WebEx can't hear you? Thank you.
My question is, have you analyzed fault data to determine whether the lack of ignition is purely due to the weather and soil and fuel moisture in your territory, or whether it's something else?
So we do look at the, faults, outages, so forth. And we do now correlate. So like if we have a wire down event, that was a potential ignition. But generally, I would say almost all my wire down events occur when we've got 8 to 12 inches of snow on the ground. And so we're trying to correlate the weather with the events now so that we have better data and understanding of where the risks are.
Anything to add on that?
So that probability ignition driver was actually part of the template information that we were required to map our outage data to. So we, and in our 2019 plan as well as in the 2020 plan, we basically said that a fault event was a potential for an ignition source, and then looked at what drove those ignitions. And it was talked about that contact from a variety of different sources. So it could be vegetation contact or animal or a car hit pole that results in a certain amount of fault events that could be ignition, as well as then equipment damage or failure. So end of life or something that destroys the piece of equipment is another source. For us, that was about 80% of the fault events were due to those two specific causes. In terms of ignition reporting, in the last cycle of the WMP, the small and multi-jurisdictional utilities were directed to use the CPUC fire incident reporting protocol to identify any ignitions that occurred. And we had, I think my memory's off. It's in our report. It's a couple of dozen situations. It's within a meter. It's of a pole. It has to hit the ground. So there's some parameters that exist there, and typically they end up being extremely small events. Some kind of a transformer fails or whatever, that kind of thing. It isn't to say there isn't other other tree contacts or whatever that can result in ignitions, but generally speaking, it's those two causes that are the big impacts. So there seemed to be some correlation between those reported under the CPUC reporting requirements, as well as then the outage data that we looked at.
I was just going to say that we have fairly similar findings. We also use the same CPUC reportable ignition categories to categorize our ignition events, and very similarly to what Heidi just said, we've experienced sort of the same level. I think we're at like 70% of contact from object, and I believe in a couple ignition examples was an equipment failure of some type. But all those metrics are in our WMP that are in more detail.
Hi, Wendy Al-Maqdad, Senior Utilities Engineer at the Commission. I'm wondering if all three of the utilities, can you, if you know, give us how much circuit miles in medium voltage lines in your high fire threat areas, and then what % of that have you in your plan to replace with covered conductor? And thirdly, whatever you're replacing with covered conductor in your plans, is any of that has any of those spare conductors not met end of life, or are the ones that you're looking at already been out there for 40 plus years or whatever? Or are there any conductors you're looking at replacing with covered conductor that are maybe only a decade or 2 decades old, basically?
So for Bear Valley, we have approximately about 31 circuit miles okay, not line miles, but circuit miles, of our highest voltage is 34.5 kV. About 3 of those circuit miles are in the high fire threat district tier 3. Everything else is in the tier 2 area. Most of that wire is probably over 2 decades old. We are working on replacing with covered wire in the tier 3 first. And then we will work in a prioritized fashion on the 34 kV to get it all covered, starting in the more what we designate higher risk areas. And then on the 4 kV distribution, we are looking at about a total of about 200, maybe a little less, circuit miles of 4 kV, but we're probably only going to cover about 80 of that, because that's really in heavily treated areas. The rest of it is in areas, even though it's designated high fire threat district, there's no trees there, you know, along the road or wherever. There's not that higher risk. And so that's the plan. So for the 34 kV, we have about I think it's about a 5-year horizon. We're trying to get it all done. Whereas on the 4 kV side, it's about a 10-year horizon.
At Liberty Utilities, we have approximately 93% of our overhead power lines are in the high fire threat district. That would include distribution voltages as well as up to 120 kV. When it comes to making decisions on what lines to cover, we have looked into those circuits that are near their end of life and need to be reconducted or rebuilt in some way, as it were. But they're all projects that are also overlapping with high risk areas that could obviously have the potential for some sort of catastrophic fire if there was an issue there. So we're taking into account the end of life, but there are also areas where we may start a phase of a project that needed it because of the end of life, and we have another phase of that project continuing on where maybe it is only 20 or 30 years old, but to try to make it more of a contiguous stretch of line because it is still in a high fire risk area.
So for Pacific Corp, on one of the slides, I referenced that roughly 50% of our service territory resides within the high fire threat district. And if you look at one of the other slides where we represented the PDZ, there's approximately 259 miles of overhead distribution circuits within those 5 PDZ areas. Our current 4-year plan for cover conductor replacement totals roughly 190 miles, which includes some transmission. So you can see it's targeting those areas that are either part of the PDZ zones that we've identified already, or they are electrically connected to that tier 3 area. And then we're also targeting in the plan roughly 50 miles of small diameter copper conductor replacement, which I think would address some of your legacy type questions.
The ones that you're planning to replace, are they near the end of life, would you say, or is there some that are not as old?
I would say that we have a varying vintage class of assets across the service territory.
Let me just add one thing, because I guess it's a little different from some of the other utilities. I think you can go span to span and make decisions. These spans need to be covered, then the next 2 don't. And then cover, because there are some open areas that just doesn't make sense. And so, now granted, that's a challenge convincing my crews to do it that way. But I think it's an efficient way. You only got limited resources, so put the covered wire where it's needed.
And if I can add to that, I would say that for Pacific Core, Our plan is not to do that span-by-span approach because I think there are complications. If you're thinking about our contact, it can be animal, it could be the equipment, so a car hit pull does something to the equipment, or it's a blow-in. And any of those, knowing the specific location, we don't have maybe the kind of insight that Paul indicates Bear Valley has about, that precision of it. And then we've also been planning on modifying the grounding system as that is going on as well. So you have to look at both of those issues as you do the reconfiguration.
I have some questions coming in from online for Liberty. First one's about PSPS. Can Liberty expand on PSPS, please? How many 2019 PSPS events were there, and how will that be reduced in 2020? How does Liberty conduct outreach to their customers, local governments, and the community at large about these events, and has that outreach been effective or well received?
So in 2019, just to start with, we had 0 PSPS events. We spent much of the year in 2019 developing out our protocols and guidelines and thresholds and trying to understand what conditions we would be turning off the power and where that would be. And so that was probably a bit of what was shown in the presentation with our PSPS zones and the 46 sectionalized areas. But beyond that, obviously, there's much more to community outreach, and I believe we logged, I think, 23 meetings with either the public or public safety partners during the 2019 fire season, and we hosted we hosted a few panels with our public safety partners, including county OES, CAL FIRE, a couple of the other local fire agencies, as well as the Forest Service, to all talk about fire prevention in general. And Liberty's theme of those panels was PSPS events, and that was a really good forum to be in front of the public, as well as some of the other presentations we were able to give to the public. And to our surprise, we didn't get a whole lot of backlash about what we shared with them. We were fairly transparent, and I think the spirit of those events was to help folks prepare as much as possible, and to just understand what our methodology was for these events. And I think maybe the general trend, at least in the Lake Tahoe area, is that it is a heavily forested area, a lot of second homes, and it may be a little different with the second home community understanding the reason behind it. And that's one of the main things that we try to portray to everyone, is that we really care about this place too, and don't want we're doing it for the right reasons, at the same time trying to minimize the impact to them. Was there a second or third part to that question?
I think you may have, the question was whether the outreach had been effective or well received.
Based on our experience in these meetings and workshops, it did seem to be effective. One thing that we are working to build out in more detail is how we interface with the AFN populations, and continuing to try to improve our outreach to those customers, as well as English second language folks.
Chris Parks with the Public Advocate's Office. I had questions for the different utilities. I'll just cycle around because I know other folks are going to be asking questions. But to PacifiCorp, you mentioned small conductor reconductoring. And I was just wondering, is that all, or how many miles is that roughly? And is that all with being replaced with covered conductor, or is that also, are there other reconductoring options that you're using for that?
So interestingly enough, most of the small diameter conductor we have is not in tier 3, and about half of it is actually not in the high fire threat district at all. So it's pockets that exist just throughout the system. It wouldn't be replaced necessarily with covered conductor. It'd be on a case-by-case basis. Again, to the point that was being made about looking at how you complete that sort of work. It has to work logically in the entire circuit. And so the plan that we have is that we are treating that reconductoring activity as one of the elements as we look at the coordination of the devices on the circuit to make sure that everything operates as expected. And then we would look at is in this location, is it best to do covered conductor or not? Is it best to use some kind of alternate fuse or a device, a fuse saver or something like that? So any of those are options, and they are very location dependent.
Sure. Just to follow up quickly on that, do you have a rough sense, like in reconductoring a small gauge conductor, would it maybe be half the time, or do you have any sense at this point in time, would it be half the time it might end up being replaced with covered conductor, or do you have any sense how that might go at this point?
So some of it is not three-phase, right? So if it's single phase, in all probability, it wouldn't be a covered conductor. If it was kind of the main backbone in an area that's a fire risk area, it's possible. My guess might be that it's on the order of, you're going to pin me to the wall here, but maybe 10% of the time. I mean,
10% of the time that you would use
that it might be a good candidate, and I'm going
for
based
covered
on
conductor,
yeah,
I understand.
Going based on my memory of where it's scattered and that kind of thing. But it would be, I think it's a small percentage.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to just ask you to repeat because I'm not sure. Are you saying that for PacifiCorp in tiers 3 or 2, you would not replace all the conductor with covered conductor, but you may do something else depending on some evaluation of the risk in those particular locations?
Excuse me, let me make that clear. I didn't do a very good job of it. So in Tier 3, it is intended, Tier 3 or electrically connected to Tier 3, the plan is to reconductor that with covered conductor. Then the question that I think Mr. Parks was asking was around the small diameter conductor and the amount of that. Our small diameter conductor, that the reason that we called it out was the concern about it not being able to coordinate with the upstream fuses and instead burning down the conductor. That was the issue that we were concerned about under higher loads. Is mostly outside of what would be Tier 3 and not associated with anything that would be right off the mark a good candidate for reconductoring with covered conductor. So there's only about a 3-mile section that is actually coincident in Tier 3 that is small diameter. The rest of it is outside of that, about half and half in the HFTD, so Tier 2, and then the other portion outside, not in, it's in the non-tier area. And in each of those cases, based on where they are in the circuit and how many phases are present and other parameters, it could or does not need to be reconductored with a covered conductor. Sorry, that was really hard to say.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Okay, more questions from online for Liberty again. And these are both, it's a two-part question regarding vegetation management. All right, the first one is, what does Liberty do with the wood remnants produced from vegetation management? The second question is, does the Regional Wildfire Corridor Collaborative that Liberty is involved in include any controlled burns to reduce fuel buildup?
So to answer the first part of the question, our current practice for vegetation management with trees that we're either pruning or removing is that we will generally, as long as it's accessible by a chipper and chip truck, we will chip brush, branches, and those would be hauled away. In certain cases, depending on access, that slash could be chipped and broadcast on the forest floor, almost as a wood chip mulch. And then in those inaccessible areas, like remote areas of the national forest, where there is no access to the trees, we would lop and scatter, which is just an approach that basically cuts up these branches and pieces of slash into smaller portions and then is actually scattered across the forest floor, so you're not building up a big brush pile. And then to the point of burning, there have been cases with that where we've been asked by an agency, it's been the Forest Service usually, to actually make slash piles so that they can come back and perform a controlled burn in that area. And that's sort of something we work with them on based on their preference or their resource capability to work through that. That's what we do with the slash. The wood or logs or bowl material, as it's called, is left with the property owner, whether it's the Forest Service or a private entity. And that was sort of one of the things I mentioned in our efforts to work towards being able to take that all away, or at least in cases where it affects a customer's ability to comply with defensible space laws or forest management practices through the Forest Service or state parks, a lot of those agencies that we work with regularly. The second part of that question, I believe, was about is any of the Forest Resilience Corridor project potential treatment to be burned? Is that right?
Yeah, it's specific to, it was mostly, I believe you addressed it, it was about your participation in that.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yes. So there are some circumstances as part of that Forest Resilience project where we may pile the slash and burn it, or work with the agency that manages the land to have a controlled burn. But that really is dependent on the landscape and the terrain and the accessibility of the fuel. So we wouldn't necessarily remove as many trees or go as far outside the 1,000 feet zone 3 if we can't do anything with the wood. It kind of defeats the purpose. So we would work pretty closely with the agencies involved to figure out the best treatment method for the wood.
Wendy Almcdad again. Actually, I had a question for Liberty too, because you'd mentioned about your distribution fault anticipation technology, that it's a process to measure low amplitude wavelength signatures to help detect incipient precursor events. And you're piloting 10
I hope I
circuits.
said that right.
That's what I wrote. Is that right?
Sounds good, yeah.
So I've just recently heard about an early fault detection where they use RF sensors on poles, and then they pick up RF signals to detect. They're basically signatures, and they're using it in Australia to detect precursors like a broken strand or something they're finding. Or is this similar to that technology where you'd have sensors, or what is this? Can you explain more about the technology?
Sure. So what you're describing sounds similar. The hardware associated with the DFA technology is all hosted at the substation or the circuit level. So there's actual hardware with proprietary software developed by Texas A&M, I believe. And so they sort of have the hardware and the software set up, and over the last 10 or 11 years, I believe when this technology was first established, they now have 10 years of data to compare those different signals and those signatures so that there's enough information now that I believe it's getting more accurate so they can actually tell whether that signal is indicating that there's some sort of vegetation in contact with the line, or maybe it's a failing connection of some sort. But in general, from what I understand about it, there's opportunity to identify these issues that you may not find on an inspection. And also, it does help locate on your circuit where it may be as well.
Sure. If the specific core, were you going to say something on that? I wasn't sure if you were going to. Okay. I just didn't know.
Mr. Parks, you can pull that mic up too. Like you can make it a little easier.
Thank you. Chris Parks again. This question is.
I'm sorry, you have to get really close. So if you can, or you can take it out of the stand if you prefer.
Thank you. I had more questions for each of the utilities, but this question was for Liberty as well. And I wanted to ask, you mentioned replacement of open wire secondary, gray wire. I was just curious, has Liberty conducted an analysis to compare the risk of ignition or wildfire risk of different circuits, like, for example, secondary systems versus higher voltage systems?
I don't know that we have a specific study or analysis that's been performed other than just real-time examples, especially with something like gray wire, where we're actually, though we haven't, it hasn't led to a reportable ignition event, they're finding it failing in the field, where they can see that it's essentially a near miss event where the cracked gray wire could be showing signs of arcing over time once that insulation layer has been worn away. But that is sort of the extent of my expertise in that area.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious if there had been anything to discuss. Like, I mean, I guess maybe different voltages might, present different energy sources, and I didn't know if there was anything specific on the secondary on that. But I guess you've seen.
Well, yeah, with secondary, the smaller load, it can, in some cases, it won't trip as fast. It won't create enough current to trip back to a fuse or some type of protective device like that. So there is potential for it to carry that energized load longer in the event that it's arcing or sparking.
And I'll ask one more follow-up on that one. Have you actually gathered data on that? When you mentioned that the line might not trip, so it may remain energized, do you have data that you've collected as a metric in terms of conductors that remain energized?
I do not think so.
Okay. I have more questions.
Just take the one from online quickly. So for PacifiCorp, what is PacifiCorp's goal or target date for 100% inspection of poles and other assets in high fire zones?
I guess I would need clarification on that request, because we currently comply with TO 95 requirements for an inspection, and as highlighted in the presentation, we're already doing incremental inspections in the HFTD area. So I guess I would need clarification on.
Okay, I can see if it's asking for the target date when you would get to 100%, but I can see where you're coming from with that. So, okay.
Wendy Omagdad. So for PacifiCorp, you were talking about your wildfire risk rubric, and if I understood correctly, you were talking about not just looking at reduction of faults and reduction in duration of faults, but also the faults that are during when there is the fire risk, basically. So when you were doing the analysis, were you only using data, historical data of ignitions based on when you had fire risks, when the season was? That I think you said June or late June through October, or were you dividing that up basically through your year and looking at your historical ignitions that way?
Yeah, so we actually provided a pair of answers to each of those parts of the template. We looked at it all in, or we looked at it for fire season. So it's the two are contrasted there, just so that as it was requested as part of the template, it's responsive to that, but it also then is trying to explore that aspect around the fire season. So I think Paul made a comment about Bear Valley's experience with wire downs happens during the winter when trees come through the line. That's a lot of what our wire downs are. When there's a bunch of snow on the ground, it's not a real big fire risk. We want to make sure that those are aligned.
Thank you. Henry Burton, Public Advocate's Office. For the folks at Bear Valley, you mentioned one of your concerns is that there's only 3 roads in and out of Big Bear Lake, right? Can you elaborate a bit on what exactly you're doing to address the ingress and egress concerns?
So there's 3 paved ingresses and outgresses. For Bear Valley, there are some service roads too. They're dirt, but it's not realistic to assume that those would be the ones being used. So the first is obviously prevent fire from happening in the first place. Okay, so that's probably the biggest. The other is we do work with the Big Bear Fire Department, CAL FIRE, and the Sheriff's Department on these evacuation routes and what things we can do to mitigate. We do have a pilot program, which Mark elaborated on, to look at different, so anytime we do a pole replacement on those routes, we would replace it with a certain type of pole, like it might be a light steel, or it might be a fire-resistant composite or fiberglass. So we're looking for what's the right technology. There may be several. There's also cladding that might be used. So because we have a lot of poles that we've recently replaced, so it may not make sense to replace them again, but maybe put some cladding on them that prevents, keeps them strong during a fire going through the area. So I think there's a couple of solutions, and they have to be, applied to whatever the specific situation is. But like I said, to me, the absolute number one thing to do is to prevent fire from happening in the first place. But obviously fires can happen for other reasons too. Then we don't want our facilities to block evacuation. And so we do look at that and partnering with other organizations to deal with it.
And for Liberty and Pacific Corps, do you have locations in your service territories with similar ingress and egress concerns? Seems like Liberty might.
Yeah, so in the Lake Tahoe area is a basin, so there's limited ways in and out. There's a couple, there's 2-lane highways in and out, multiple, depending on where you are. So we do recognize those, and in talks with our public safety partners, specifically Sheriff Department and Fire, when it comes to evacuation and evacuation routes, we have sort of always deferred to the experts on how they would go about evacuating people. And one of the main messages that we've gotten from our local fire agencies is that evacuation routes can obviously change depending on where you need to evacuate. And so, we to this point haven't taken a stance on, telling people how or where to evacuate. However, we're certainly supportive of working with our local agencies to see where we can assist or help in that regard.
Pacificor has heard similar feedback from our local officials in terms of the, the routes need to be kind of called on demand. It's an ad hoc kind of development by the authorities involved. And the one area that's the bigger concern, or the big concern for us, is really, I think it's considered a hamlet happy camp, where there's one way in and a way out, or either side. I mean, you can go, you could go west or you could go east. And we've worked with them to try and identify locations where there's a muster in place location as well, in case any of the corridors are blocked. So again, it's just continuing that dialogue with public safety partners to try to make sure that any kind of credible contingency is worked through.
Just one last one from online for Pacificor. Is Pacificor contemplating any undergrounding rather than covered conductor or conductor replacement? If so, where in the territory are you considering undergrounding?
So to answer that question, currently we've not scoped specific locations to look at or evaluate any further undergrounding, and essentially it's based on previous comments that have been heard throughout this process when you look at the cost versus the benefit relative to a covered conductor program.
Chris Parks, Public Advocate's Office. This question I wanted to ask Bear Valley. You mentioned that you're fully compliant with GO 95 plus additional for snow, ice, and other factors. And I was just curious, when you go beyond GO 95, are there specific standards that you're referencing, like NESC or other, or is it internal when you go beyond GO 95?
So it's internal. So, when you look at the guidelines or the requirements for trim clearance, there's a key word right there in front, minimum. And so that's where you start to come up with the distance. And then you say, well, geez, we have ice, we have high winds, we have trees that get weak over time, and so forth, certain species of trees. And so then we come up with a clearance tailored to our system. We work with arborists, and we come up with what we think is the right minimum clearance, what the right clearance at the time of trim, which is a minimum of 12 feet, but could be more, right? And so that's how we come up with those. It's not driven by NESC or some other code. Rather, it's just an evaluation, as GO 95 tells you to do, take into account local conditions.
To Liberty, you had talked about your 46 zones, I think it was. Is that your whole territory and your high fire threat area? And maybe can you talk about it more? I know you mentioned it where you're putting weather stations and then where you're sectionalized, but I was just curious a little more about it.
It's most of our territory because most of our territory is in the high fire threat district. So there are actually a couple of lines that are excluded from the PSPS zones because they're not in an area where we would intend to turn the power off. So that's I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Correct. PSPS zones, right.
Chris Parks, Public Advocate's Office. A question for Pacificor. You mentioned reconfiguring, I believe, to support fault detection. Did you mention doing some kind of reconfiguring in order to support some kind of fault detection, maybe wires down or something? Pacificor, maybe I misheard. Yeah, high impedance fault detection. I'm sorry.
So we have been installing relays that are sensitive to high impedance faults And the question that we're trying to work through is how they actually get integrated. The signal that you get from them, a certain percentage are expected to be false positives. And so it's trying to make sure that you integrate those false positives in a way that makes sense so that you don't de-energize, over-operate that particular device. And so that's really the long term for us is reconciling whether there are specific times that it's occurring that make sense to treat it as a fault operation, and other times where maybe it doesn't make sense to treat it as a fault operation.
Can I just ask 2 follow-ups on that? One is the false positive, is that a minor thing or a significant thing that you have to manage?
That's the question on the table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you're reconfiguring, you don't need to reconductor or change grounding. This has to do with the relays and.
Right. It has to do with the settings that are embedded in the relay logic.
Okay. Thank you.
Karen, CPUC. This question's for PacifiCorp. I heard mention in the presentation about partnerships with emergency management team building and maintaining relationships with federal and state emergency responders and mutual assistance groups. And I was wondering, is there mention of work with community-based organizations or other local agencies in the plan? And where might I find it?
Yeah, in our plan, we also address working with CBOs, and we've had outreach with them as well as as one of the public safety partners. So hopefully that is explored sufficiently in the plan, but that is definitely what we have been doing and what we expect to continue to do.
Just one follow-up. Is there means of which you track these meetings and discussions? That's the end of the question.
A certain amount of them are specific meetings, a certain amount of others are email communication and such, but yeah, those are being tracked.
Okay, and then one follow-up to that, and how was that feedback incorporated into the plan?
So it's part of the community outreach element?
Yeah.
So it's a specific line item in the community outreach element?
I guess I'm looking for a specific tracking of the comment that say this one organization that we were looking more for we wanted more outreach for a specific accessible functional need group, and how is that specifically we received this comment and this is how we addressed it. Is there a plan in the plan? Is there something that does that?
Yeah, I don't believe there's a specific area or element in the plan that addresses that specific question, but what I can say from past practices, how we've addressed that is throughout those meetings when we receive that feedback through subsequent iterations of the plan, we attempt to incorporate that feedback and any changes that are appropriate into the planning process. Recognizing that when you look at our service territory, it's roughly 11,000 square miles, 45,000 customers, roughly 10,000 of those customers over in Crescent City on the coast. So we're really dealing with 2 very small, discrete locations in the Happy Camp area that Heidi referred to, and then the Mount Shasta area and the Weed area. So there's really only 2 locations that we're having to deal with versus multiple 25 or 30 locations. So we don't have a complex tracking process.
Okay.
It's more of just one-on-one through dialogue.
Okay.
I think this is my last question for Heidi. You mentioned about grounding, that you are doing some work on your grounding systems. Can you talk about that?
It's just as we have planned to complete our covered conductor installation, the intention is to move from a unigrounded or a 3-wire system to a multi-grounded system, which is more similar to the system we operate in other states. So it has just more individual grounding points along the circuit and is kind of our normal practice.
So just to follow up on that, we've been learning about the new technology that wouldn't work in a 4-wire multi-grounded system to basically detect faults. It's being used in Australia, and then also to bring the fault, detect faults within 85 milliseconds and bring the energy down or the amperage down to less than half an amp in that time period too. So it's something some of us here are trying to look into and really understand better.
Yeah, we haven't spent a significant effort focused in that particular way. We've been looking at the device operations as a whole, if you will, and just are paying attention to what is happening with that kind of technology through things like the Western Protective Relay Coordination Council kind of study activity.
Okay, and I think we're about to wrap up. We've got one more question. Are there any other questions from the audience? Go ahead.
It's Parks. And this last question had to do with, I believe Tern mentioned earlier about the value or the appreciation of having the risk spend efficiency display in the Bear Valley presentation. And my question actually was to the other utilities, whether they had any plans to provide that kind of information in their wildfire mitigation plans in the near future.
So for Liberty Utilities, our risk-based decision-making framework is in development at this time. So we currently don't have the full capability to analyze risk spend. That's being developed as we speak and is supposed to be used in our next rate case filing, as well as will be incorporated into our next plan as we have that completed, so that we can use it to evaluate current programs and make decisions moving forward in our 2021 plan and beyond.
For PacifiCorp, our approach with the risk-based decision-making was actually in our general rate case, and it was much more qualitative than quantitative, where there was basically a cost effectiveness versus or a cost versus the effectiveness, and they were each of the strategies was kind of bucketized into whether it was low cost and high effectiveness, or high cost and high effectiveness, or the various permutations of that. But that it was kind of our beginning point, and it isn't clear, how much more quantifying is valuable as we, start to figure out what the long-term RSE kind of calculations look like.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next part will be held by Melissa Semser regarding the next steps, but we'll give you a minute to get back to your seats. Thank you.
All right. For the sake of time, I'll stay up here and not move down. Ryan's going to try to access the agenda for next week online. Before we get into a conversation of how to structure the workshops next week and the questions to answer, I figure I'll start with the end and just go ahead and do next steps and then move on to that conversation. That way, in case the conversation does stretch beyond 4 o'clock for some reason, if people have to leave, they already have next steps. So as a reminder, of course, we do have the technical workshops next week on Monday and Tuesday, beginning at 9:30. Comments on the plans from stakeholders are due on April 7th. A couple of housekeeping things about today and the workshops. All of the presentations, as we said earlier, are up on the website, the cpuc.ca.gov/wildfire mitigation plans. We also have the workshop recording up from yesterday already, and we'll get the one from today up as soon as possible, hopefully by tomorrow midday. And one final note is I've had some questions from utilities about updates to the plans that they submitted for purposes of correcting errors, and of course also there's data that is being collected in real time. Not all of the data was available at the time the plans were submitted, given the changes from last year to this year and the time constraints. I'm going to be sending an email to the service list of R1810-007, but the plan is to allow the utilities to provide some updates by the end of next week. And then beyond that, because of the time constraints that we have, we won't be able to evaluate any additional data that's submitted or updates. That being said, we are still going to encourage and ask the utilities to submit data. So if they have data missing and they're able to get it after the end of next week, we would like to go ahead and get that into everyone's hands, but it won't be considered timely submitted or be able to be evaluated as part of this year's plans. And that's to allow sufficient time and due process for all stakeholders to be able to have time to look at the data sufficiently. Any questions about that? Okay, so what I wanted to do is, given that we have a really tight time frame, last year there was 2 weeks between this first set of workshops and then the second set, and now we have 3 days. So what I wanted to do is solicit feedback, and for folks online, please feel free to put your requests in the chat function as well. But I wanted to move through each of the topics for next week's workshops and get a sense of what would be useful to cover, so that way the panelists can begin to prepare. We're also going to try to put together questions in advance, but we just want to solicit some feedback and crowdsource, so to speak, questions for our panelists. As of now, the panels will definitely consist of representatives from the utilities, the expert with the relevant expertise in these areas. We also have members from folks from CAL FIRE who are going to serve on various panels, and members from the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board who will be on various panels. I know last year there were also representatives from various stakeholder groups. We're in conversations at this point as to whether it makes sense to have those folks on the panels or whether it makes sense to have them asking questions and doing sort of deep dives of questions based on the various levels of subject matter expertise that different organizations hold. So even if these organizations are not on panels, we absolutely want to hear and value the feedback from those different areas. But that's still an ongoing conversation that obviously we have minimal time to work through. So a reminder again that the topics that we will cover is we'll have vegetation management, grid hardening on day 1, and day 2, which Ryan will move over. I have to keep moving back and forth, sorry about that. Risk spend efficiency, PSPS protocols, and emerging technologies and methods for wildfire risk reduction. So what I'd like to do is just move through. I'm going to go in a different order, but move through and hear from you all about what information you want the utilities to focus on and what subject areas you want to dive into. So for example, I'm just going to start with risk spend efficiency. And it's a short turnaround time, but I heard that it would be valuable to be able to see a plotting of different initiatives and their risk spend efficiency, the way that was presented today. So that's one item I have. Are there any other areas that we want to make sure the utilities are prepared and other panelists are prepared to discuss with risk spend efficiency?
Marcel Haberger for Turn. If I could just be a little more specific, it'd be great if each utility could prepare a table for each mitigation activity showing their risk spend efficiency number if they calculated one the percentage of the high fire threat district that is covered by that mitigation measure in this, for the 3-year period, and the percent of the total budget forecast that applies to that measure. And secondly, if they could provide any comments on their RSC methodology, whether it is consistent with the latest SMAP settlement, whether it has other features, what they see as potential drawbacks or shortcomings.
Do you mean, sorry to, before you walk away, when you say drawbacks, do you mean just overall or in relationship specifically to the wildfire mitigation?
Specifically, the methodology they're using with respect to the wildfire mitigation measures, calculating their either the benefit side or the cost side.
Okay, thank you.
This is Henry Burton, Public Advocate's Office. I have a question that's sort of loosely related to risk spend efficiency, which is how the utilities are prioritizing long-term versus short-term risk reduction. We have some programs like PSPS that are, quick and reduce fire risk in the immediate term, and then some things that, like undergrounding and covered conductor that take a lot longer to implement. So I'd like to hear from the utilities how they're balancing the risk reduction over the short and long term.
Okay, thank you. Any other topics or areas of interest for risk spend efficiency?
I'd just be interested to know if the data that's being used for the RSC is data based on during high wildfire risk time periods, or if the data is just historical data, annualized data. So it looks like some people went and did it, for the high fire risk time periods each year for their territories.
Thank you. Yes.
If I may just add, I understand that the utilities have all the information in the templates, but there's only a limited number of mitigation measures where they actually calculate an RSC, and it's very difficult to flip across the tables. And I mean, I'm sure at some point we had lots of time we could do it, but I'd like them to pull together all of the mitigation measures that they did calculate an RSC for in these tables. And then, I mean, presumably, I guess it would also be good to have information on what are the measures that are significant cost components of the plans that are not in the table because they did not calculate an RSC for those measures, and why not?
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on. I'm looking at the questions online or the suggestions online as well, but I don't think they apply to this. Let's move on to PSPS protocols.
Marcel Haberger for turn. Two issues I would recommend for discussion. One, what are, I don't know how deep we want to get into the criteria the utilities presently use to call a PSPS event. I know there's a whole proceeding discussing that, but what I think a lot of parties are interested in is how does grid hardening, however the utilities want to define that, impact specifically those criteria. Can the utilities say anything about first 2020? I mean, a lot of people are interested in 2020, about the effect of grid hardening on those specific criteria and whether it really will impact their decision on whether to call a PSPS event. If it doesn't, because they use criteria that are unrelated to grid hardening, please just tell us that. My second issue is sectionalizing. Sectionalizing is the primary response to reducing the impact, potential impact of shutoffs. If the utilities could discuss a little bit physically, what is the potential to add switches? I mean, presumably they can only add switches if they have cross ties to a different circuit so they could actually transfer the load. What's the actual potential within high fire threat district to do that? And what is the number of switches they're planning to put in compared to that potential and, you know, the timelines?
Yes.
Joseph Mitchell, Mussey Grade Road Alliance. A few questions. First, a higher level question, just as far as process for the PSPS section. There's another proceeding, R1812-005, that's dedicated to PSPS. What PSPS questions should we be addressing here, and what would be more appropriate to address in that forum? Maybe we don't have an answer now, but that's something that maybe we can get some guidance on prior to the meeting. Also, just another sort of meta question is, what sort of product is going to come out of next week's workshops? This week's workshops product seems to be the presentations by the utilities. Next week, it's not really clear whether there's going to be anything tangible coming out that we could say cite in our comments and so forth. So that's another question you might want to address and provide some guidance. And as far as specific question on PSPS, I wanted to sort of generalize Marcel's question, which is how are the PSPS thresholds set? We've been asking this question a lot in mostly the other forum and the other proceeding. And we tend to get hand-wavy answers. Have some actual, tangible threshold criteria specified would be very useful. As Marcel noted, hardening is one aspect of that. Another is vegetation management. How does that feed in? Or any other mitigation measures that are used to address PSPS threshold.
Thank you. I can provide a little bit of an answer about the R1810-005 proceeding and what we can do here versus what we can do there. That proceeding is based, of course, on building guidelines for PSPS going forward. So the plans as they're submitted today, of course, can go beyond the existing guidelines, but are essentially being held to the ones that already exist. So I would say it's a deeper dive into how they are implementing and their PSPS programs, and we can deep dive into that here. The investigations, of course, are looking at how did they. Now we're looking at how will they, and then that proceeding is looking at what guidelines do we need in order to have a more robust and less adverse impact PSPS program going forward. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to jump in for a second. Just for those on the WebEx, we are going to get to your questions. We're just going back and forth a little bit here, and I will make sure that they are put in the appropriate categories. Thanks. Go ahead.
Could you just clarify? So the de-energization OIR, I thought was addressing guidelines for PSPS events going in the future.
Yes.
So I guess my only recommendation would be that we be careful not to spend too much time on PSPS. I know there's a huge interest. Obviously, the commissioner's primary interest was to reduce PSPS events. But I guess to me, it feels like issues around how PSPS events are called and how public is notified, all of those issues are very important. I feel like maybe addressed in the other rulemaking, and the key here is how are all of the other wildfire mitigation measures impact the need for the PSPS? So I don't know, but basically to focus it on how will the other measures reduce the need for PSPS and not so much the things that are being taken care of in the other rulemaking.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, what we really want to be focusing on is reducing the scope and scale of PSPS events. And to the extent that that's being done by other activities, that's what we really want to be focusing on here. Of course, at some point, I mean, PSPS is a component of SB 901 of AB 1054. It is being called out. It is getting a lot of attention. So that's well taken that we don't want to overdo it here when most of the activities are happening elsewhere. Thank you.
Wendy Omicdad. I was just, my perspective, I was just more interested on the technical side, the switching playbooks that Edison mentioned, you know, more on the technical side, what had to be done technically for kind of mitigation measures to maybe be able to implement PSPSs, you know, that are smaller, shorter, smarter. That's what I'm interested in here. I hope that's appropriate. And speaking to that, I was going to suggest that the Edison seems, you know, I know they have more of a network system, but they were talking about these switching playbooks. I would really like to understand if we had time next week for them to maybe give a more detail about that, you know, how they have gone through. And it seems like they have a multitude of playbooks planned, you know, put together and planned out.
Thank you. A moment to look through the questions online. We already covered grid hardening to reduce PSPS events. That essentially falls into the two categories because grid hardening will be coming up. There's a comment, PSPS recommend that utilities include discussion on critical infrastructure, how utilities are coordinating with owners of that infrastructure in preparation for PSPS events. That's probably something that's better going to be addressed in the other proceedings than in here. A question or a comment, a useful discussion would be to address what utilities would need to have in place to avoid PSPS. If all the switches are replaced and if covered conductor is installed throughout an area, why would the utilities continue to need PSPS? So I think that just fits into an overall, you know, conversation of how do we reduce the scale and scope, and you know, how do we target essentially getting to the point of potentially not needing this as a tool or needing it very, very minimally, which is of course the long-term goal for everyone. Okay, I think that's everything I see for PSPS. Let's move on to, oh, yes.
Hi, Catherine Stockton. I wanted to know a little bit about the medical baseline, the measures that are in place to address the medical baseline customers during PSPS. How did each of the utilities decide, you know, which measure, what measures would be the most effective?
Okay, that also is probably likely something that's going to be addressed much more thoroughly in other proceedings.
Okay.
Yeah. But noted. Okay, let's move on to vegetation management. Go ahead.
Marcel Haberger with Turn. Regarding vegetation management, my one recommendation is as much detail as possible from PG&E and SCE concerning how they evaluate the hazard risks trees for removal, what criteria they use, all of the, essentially that, just the hazard tree removal program, really in terms of the detail to figure out the potential scope of that program, what is the risk exactly they're trying to address, and is the program scope appropriate, too small, too large?
Thank you. Yes?
Joseph Mitchell, MGRA. Last year, in the decision, WMPs, the decision stated that utilities, specifically SDG&E with its 25-foot radial clearance and PG&E and SCE with removal of healthy trees, should provide data to justify the more aggressive trim programs that they have in place. And it would be good if they could discuss what data they have justifying these programs. Thanks.
Thanks. And to an earlier question you had about the product, I realized I didn't answer that question. The product essentially that'll be coming out of the workshops next week, there will be the recording. So to the extent that can be cited to, but yes, there will not be presentations, so to speak, to cite to.
Ian Fisher, Cal Advocate's Office. In PG&E's presentation, they refer to using LiDAR link. I'd like to know more information about exactly what they're doing there. And that's advanced modeling of vegetation management and looking at IDing tree species and tree risk and associated with different tree species.
Thank you.
Hi, Ryan Stevenson, Southern California Edison. Just wanted to clarify on the vegetation management and inspections that it's indeed just related to vegetation and not to equipment or other types of inspections. There doesn't appear to be another section on the proposed agenda for maintenance and enhanced types of inspections on equipment. So we just want to clarify in terms of putting forth the panelists that it's just focused on vegetation management and inspections of vegetation.
Yeah, so the inspections, detections, and protective services, if you look under grid hardening, it's grid hardening, conductors, and related issues, and it's the related issues. So the equipment itself is being looked at under that topic, and the veg management is separate.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Related to vegetation management, I'll just reiterate the question I asked earlier, which is how utilities are differently treating different types of trees. You know, at least some utilities are maintaining wider clearances for certain types of trees, and I'd like to understand how they're making those determinations.
Okay, anything else on vegetation management? And Ryan, are you taking a look at what's online? And just, if you wouldn't mind doing that, it's a little challenging to track them both. Thank you. Okay, I just didn't know if some of the existing ones related to this.
Ms. Sumser?
Yes.
Just so, I mean, for the utilities benefit, I guess we understand the utilities, both at PG&E and Edison, have a methodology, a scoring evaluation matrix that an arborist is supposed to use to evaluate the high-risk tree species to determine whether they need to be remediated. We're really interested in someone with the technical expertise who can talk about what factors they look at, what tests do they do in addition to visual observation, how they score a tree, what maybe the weaknesses or strengths of their evaluation methodologies, whether there are other methodologies that could be used to assess the tree for the hazard of falling onto power lines.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Jessica Block. I'm not sure if any of these are outside of the scope of the conversation, but would like to, if there was an opportunity to characterize how each of the service territories are different from a vegetation ecosystem standpoint, which might affect the vegetation management practices. Opportunities for describing vegetation data collection and standards, which might get at one of the earlier questions about what this advanced modeling all means. And so we could talk about how some of the data is being integrated and being used in some of the advanced vegetation data practices. And how the departments are engaging with different vegetation or fuels management agencies like Forest Service and CAL FIRE and others.
Thank you. Anything else on vegetation management? Okay, we'll move on to grid hardening, and some of this came up in the conversation about PSPS protocols. Is there any, are there any other questions or areas we want to look at? And grid hardening and inspection, detection, and conductor hardware and splicing are in broad grid hardening category.
Yeah, Melissa, I could maybe, there's one that's not necessarily specific to grid hardening, but it's about the implementation of mitigations. So would like to hear more about implementation of mitigations, wildfire safety metrics, and those expectations in terms of the impact of mitigations on those metrics.
Okay.
Just reading that for
Yeah, thank you. And that's from
something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and for the asker of that question, if you wouldn't mind sending me an email and just if you have a thought on where that best would fit, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Marcel Haverter, return. With respect to grid hardening, two issues. First, pole replacement. What are there alternatives to replacing wood poles with non-wood poles, such as wraps or paints, that could achieve the intended and stated intent? And second, a related question is, what is we're very interested to understand the similarities or differences between the utilities in their covered conductor program in terms of any replacement of other assets, whether it's poles or other assets on the pole, as part of their grid hardening effort, and how critical, important, what are the benefits or costs of replacing other assets as part of covered conductor installation?
Thank you.
Jeff Wood, this is CAL FIRE. I'd like to just get a little more insight on if utilities have located and identified communities with limited egress and prioritized them for hardening initiatives, specifically in regards to
Can you pick up the mic or get closer? Thanks.
Okay, I'll start over. Just like to get some more insight on if the utilities have located and identified communities with limited egress and prioritized them for hardening initiatives, specifically in regards to undergrounding using the fire-resistant poles such as metal, composite, or wrap to help mitigate evacuation issues. I believe a few utilities touched on that, but maybe just getting all the utilities.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chris Parks, Public Advocate's Office. It might have been mentioned in the one that was at the beginning of this. I think there was a chat comment about metrics, so I don't know if it's already included in that or not, but as much as possible on grid hardening, if the utilities could provide information on data that they've gathered to show the effectiveness of mitigation plans that they've already been implementing, any data that kind of supports that to show how those are being effective, that would be a request if that can be part of the scope of this.
Thank you. A question that's coming in online is in use of inspection methodologies, particularly the use of helicopters in areas that are accessible via ground-based equipment. That would be a conversation about how the utilities choose to deploy which inspection methodologies, which I think could be looked at from two standpoints. I'm adding on to this question, which is both through here and then also through the risk spend efficiency lens in making those determinations.
Kind of following up with Chris Parks was saying in a conversation I had with CAL FIRE at lunch, any data even about near misses, and particularly during PSPS events, that supports the grid hardening and measures, that they're proposing. I think PG&E mentioned that they had 700 incidents during their PSPS, 500 contacts with vegetation. I don't, just getting more information about that could be helpful too.
Thank you.
Anything else on, yes?
Shelby Chase, Public Advocate's Office. Related to inspections, it would be useful to have an overview from each of the utilities of how their enhanced inspections are different from the inspections that they would regularly do.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on grid hardening conductors and inspection? Okay, we are at 4 o'clock, but I'll go ahead and move on to emerging technologies and then we'll wrap up.
I would say early fault detection technologies are really important, particularly there was quite a few mentioned, but it seems like a lot of them are in pilot stage, although they are being implemented in some of them in other places like Australia and stuff. And also, another thing we need to really understand better are their limitations with our utilities in their configurations of their circuits to any of these early fault detection and other kinds of emerging technologies.
Thank you.
Joseph Mitchell, MGRA. One of the questions and concerns we've had regarding emerging technologies, R&D, and so forth, is that there seem to be a lot of independent efforts going on by utilities that aren't really coordinated. Ratepayers are paying for all of these, and it would seem to be a good idea to have some level of coordination both between utilities and between the utilities and the commission and the utilities and the Wildfire Safety Division. So question for the utilities to address in this section might be, and also for other participants from the government panels, what sort of efforts are underway to make sure that discoveries from utility learnings in one place are translated into places where they can be used elsewhere by other utilities and become best practices?
Thank you.
Scott Holmquist again from FOSCHEC, and going on with the last two questions that were asked is that is there something that could be talked about new technology or equipment or products that are brought forward to the utilities that could be a process they would go through to be vetted so that then the commission could approve those products could be the standard or whatever and be thrown out the ones that are found to be qualified or good products or a good piece of equipment type of thing?
Okay, thank you. Anything else on emerging technologies? One piece I'll add to that, and it is in the plans, but is a discussion, and this might fit better in risk spend efficiency, but how the utilities determine what to invest or where to invest in these versus other measures. How to think about putting effort towards the new and the emerging. I'll think about how to word that better. Okay. Any other topics or questions to consider?
Just one other thing. I know that there are existing technologies too that have maybe emerging functionalities within them. So for example, protective relays, they're more and more intelligent and stuff, but I want to make sure that we're not missing out on functionalities that are getting developed for intelligent devices that the utilities have been deploying as part of smart grid or whatever. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see anything else online. So with that, checking one more time, any further questions? Okay, well, that wraps up this workshop. Thank you all for your participation. I think this was very useful. Again, all the presentations are up. The recording is up from yesterday, and we will endeavor to get the recording from today up as soon as possible, hopefully by midday tomorrow. Again, I'll be sending out an email regarding updates to plans. In the event that you think of anything related to these topics and you, between now and the end of the day or early tomorrow morning, please feel free to send me an email at melissa.zemser@cpuc.ca.gov. And we will work on finalizing within the next day or so. That's all we have. So for the workshops for Monday. So we look forward to seeing you all again on Monday. Thank you.